Hello. Hi. Hello. If I can ask everyone to take a seat, we'll be starting. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call to kick us off His Excellency Marc Parietti, French Ambassador to the Arab Republic of Egypt.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Hello everyone. Your Excellency Kamel El-Wazir, Minister of Transport of Egypt, Ms. Iba Fares, Chairwoman of the RATP Executive Board, Isabelle Spiegel, Environment Director of VINCI, François Daven, Director General UIC, Sylvain Petite, International Project Manager for the Mobilities CEREMA, Jo Hyun-ha, Ms. Jo Hyun-ha, Senior Sustainability Advisor UIC. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a true pleasure and an honor to be with you today during this roundtable organized in Sharm el-Sheikh at the French pavilion COP27. I have to say we're extremely happy to see this COP27 being organized here in Egypt, an African COP, a COP around implementation, a conference of the parties that is a great success thanks to the commitment of our friends from Egypt, thanks to the support from President Sisi and all the Egyptian authorities as a whole, since they've provided us with this pleasant and efficient place, this conference center that allows for multiple bilateral, multilateral meetings. Many thanks once again to the Egyptian government. As you know, France and Egypt have been partners and friends. They're in close relationship, and they have been for a long time in all the sectors, the political one, the economic one, the cultural one, but also when it comes to transport, and especially when it comes to urban mobility. I would like to thank warmly His Excellency Kamel El-Wazir and all of those who've been cooperating with him and his teams for the strong commitment and the great work they've been doing, ensuring Egypt's future and strengthening our bilateral cooperation as for transport and under the authority of President Sisi. We have numerous projects ahead. France will be with you, together with you, strengthening transport infrastructures being both sustainable, efficient, safe and inclusive. The challenges that are linked with urban mobility are very important, especially in Cairo, which makes Egypt a great example when it comes to decarbonization, to transport decarbonization. What's at stake when it comes to decarbonization and mobility is linked with environmental agenda, of course, but with everyday life. It's about making people's everyday life better, fighting against traffic jams, which are a plague in Europe and in Egypt. From that point of view, our partnership, France and Egypt, has never stopped being active and dynamic. Cairo's tube, which we visited together many times, dear Minister, is one of the greatest achievements. The challenges in terms of adaptation, financial sustainability and others are at the heart of our discussions and are looked at together and regularly by French companies, the French Ministry of Transport and our French Embassy in Egypt. Once again, I would like to thank His Excellency Kamel El-Wazir, Minister of Transport of Egypt, for the trust he's given us, for the trust he has in the French government and the French companies. I would like to thank those companies, by the way, who are enhancing, making everyday's life better day after day in Egypt. Let me wish you a successful roundtable, shedding light on new solutions, a fruitful debate. I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Kamel El-Wazir to take the floor. Thank you. This speech will be translated from Arabic into French without English. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البداية اسمحوا لي ان انا اشكر سيادة السفير الفرنسي في مصر وكل اصدقائنا من دولة فرنسا اللي موجودين معانا النهارده، وطبعا منهم وعلى راسهم نائب رئيس شركة ألستوم ورئيسة شركة RATP، شركائنا في التنمية وفي النجاح إن شاء الله. كان من 4 أيام فقط كان فيه فعالية لشركة شنايدر إلكتريك، كان متواجد فيها معايا صديقي سيادة السفير، ولكن مشي قبل الكلمة النهائية بتاعتي اللي أنا شكرت فيها دولة فرنسا، من أول الرئيس الفرنسي ووزير النقل الفرنسي والوزير لومير وزير الاقتصاد الفرنسي وكل الحكومة الفرنسية المتعاونين مع مصر بشكل رائع، وكل الشركات الفرنسية اللي كانت بصراحة من أوائل الشركات اللي مدت إيدها إلى مصر، وخاصة وزارة النقل وقطاعات وزارة النقل. قبل ما أذكر هذه الشركات اللي بتتعاون معانا في مجال النقل، وهي بالصدفة كلها مجالات نقل أخضر كهربي حضري صديق للبيئة، عايز أقول دايما علاقة دولة فرنسا بمصر علاقة تاريخية، علاقة قوية، علاقة من قديم الأزل، كانت دايما قايمة على الشراكات العلمية والاقتصادية والتعاون العلمي، يعني حتى اللي كانوا يسموها حملات فرنسية على مصر قديما، يعني كان أنا شخصيا بعتقد ومتأكد إن كان الغرض منها دايما علمي بحت، وكان لها نتائج علمية كبيرة جدا. دايما دولة فرنسا والفرنسيين محبين للسلام، محبين للرخاء، محبين للتنمية، محبين لمصر، وده علشان كده دايما احنا كمصريين بنبادلهم هذا الحب وهذا التعاون وهذه الصداقة. لما جينا في العصر بقى الحديث، بلاش القديم والحملات والثقافة والعلم والتعاون القديم، حديثا واعتبارا من الثمانينات لو انا بدأنا نأرخ يعني لبداية مفهوم النقل الحضري، وقبل ما يطلع موضوعات البيئة، وقبل ما يطلع موضوعات النقل الأخضر، وقبل ما يطلع موضوعات المناخ والتخفيف من آثار الانبعاثات الكربونية ودرجات الحرارة، وقبل الكلام ده كله كان في تعاون ما بين مصر وبين فرنسا في مجال مترو الأنفاق، وده كان أول وسيلة نقل حضري خضراء مستدامة. كانت بدأت بخط واحد، النهارده في 3 خطوط بتجري في أنحاء القاهرة الكبرى، الأول والثاني، وبتطوروا أيضا برضه بالتحالف والتعاون مع شركات فرنسية وبنوك فرنسية ووكالة التنمية الفرنسية. الخط الثالث بيستكمل بشركات فرنسية بشراكة مع شركات مصرية من القطاع الخاص وبتمويل من دولة فرنسا الصديقة، بشكرهم على كده. الخط السادس ايضا اتفقنا عليه خلاص مع سواء الحكومه الفرنسيه او شركه ألستوم الفرنسيه. يعني عندنا تعاون كبير جدا مع كل الشركات الفرنسيه في مجال انشاء الشراكه في انشاء خطوط النقل الجماعي الاخضر صديق للبيئه. عندنا من اوائل الشركات او اول شركه فعلا بدات تشاركنا في تشغيل واداره هذه الخطوط هي شركه RATP الفرنسيه. بحييها على مجهودها الكبير معانا في اداره وتشغيل الخط الثالث لمترو الانفاق، وبداوا معانا في تشغيل القطار الكهربائي الخفيف LRT. شركه ألستوم الفرنسيه اللي بتنفذ معانا حاليا دلوقتي مونوريل القاهره، اول مونوريل واول وسيله مواصلات جماعيه او نقل جماعي كهربيه تدخل مصر يمكن، واطول مونوريل تم تنفيذه جاهز في الشرق الاوسط وافريقيا طوله 100 كيلو بتنفذه شركه ألستوم الفرنسيه بالتحالف مع شركات قطاع خاص مصري. هتديروا شركه ألستوم الفرنسيه ان شاء الله باذن الله، هتشغلوا وتديروا بالتعاون مع المصريين اللي هيشتغلوا معاها ان شاء الله. انا حبيت في البدايه بس طبعا مترو ابو قير داخل معانا برضو شركات فرنسيه وتحالف فرنسي وتمويل اوروبي فرنسي. ترام الرمل نفس الكلام. كل النهارده برضو ايضا تمويل، والشركات الفرنسيه تشتغل معانا في تطوير طنطا المنصوره دمياط سكك حديديه. ألستوم شغاله معانا في موضوع التطوير نظم الاشارات في السكك الحديديه. يعني عندنا مجموعه كبيره جدا من الشركات الفرنسيه سواء في الانشاء والتنفيذ او في التشغيل والاداره. بشكرهم شكر جزيل انا بصفتي وزيرا للنقل، ويعني بالاصاله عن نفسي وبالانابه عن كل العاملين في وزاره النقل، بل عن كل الجمهور وكل الشعب المصري اللي دايما بيتطلع ان يبقى حياته افضل وافضل ان شاء الله باذن الله، وهنبقى افضل بالتعاون مع دوله فرنسا الصديقه وشركائنا من الشركات الفرنسيه. بشكر السيده هبه فارس وفريقها المعاون سواء الاستاذ عبد الجبار او وديع او غيره اللي بيتعاونوا معانا في اداره وتشغيل مشروعاتنا. بشكرهم على دعوتي النهارده ان انا اكون مشارك معاهم في فعاليه حلول التنقل في المدن الحضريه وما بينها التحديات والفرص المتاحه. اسمحوا لي انا قلت الكلام المهم اللي عندي اكتر من الكلام اللي مكتوب. صدقوني هو ده المهم، هو ده اللي فعلا طالع من قلبي وطالع من تفكيري. انا دايما بفكر كده، بفكر لمصلحه بلدي وشعبها، بفكر دايما في ايضا في مصالح وفي التعاون وتحقيق الشراكه مع الاصدقاء وخاصه زي دوله فرنسا والشركات الفرنسيه. اسمحوا لي اقول الكلمتين اللي مكتوبين لي عشان ما اعطلكوش اكتر من كده. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يطيب لي ان اعرب عن سعادتي لدعوتي للمشاركه في المائده المستديره التي تنظمها شركه RATP تحت عنوان حلول النقل الحضري والنقل بين المدن من اجل مدن طبيعيه مناخيا التحديات والفرص. حيث تعد شركه RATP الشريك الاول لوزاره النقل في دخول نشاط الاداره والتشغيل في مشروعات الهيئه القوميه للانفاق مثل الخط الثالث لمترو الانفاق والقطار الكهربائي الخفيف LRT كشركه دوليه من القطاع الخاص الدولي. واود الاشاره الى بعض الارقام ذات الدلاله. المؤشرات العالميه تشير الى ان حوالي 70% من سكان العالم يعيشون بالمدن، ويتراوح نصيب نشاط النقل من 20 الى 25% من الانبعاثات الكربونيه الناتجه عن الطاقه، وبدون اتخاذ اجراءات فوريه عالميه يمكن ان تصل هذه النسبه الى 40% بحلول 2030 بدل من 2025 تصل في 2030 الى 40% و60% بحلول 2050. ففي مصر يشكل قطاع النقل حوالي 23% من الانبعاثات الكربونيه الناتجه عن الطاقه، وهو اسرع القطاعات نموا. بينمو مش في الكربون فقط، ولكن بينمو كوسيله مواصلات طبعا، لان التزاماتنا كتير ومش هنبطل تنمية في كل المجالات الأخرى اللي لازم يخدم عليها أيضا ويتواكب معها تنمية في قطاعات النقل المختلفة. لكن كان أمامنا عدة تحديات أهمها زيادة معدلات النمو السكاني المضطردة، مما يؤدي إلى زيادة الضغط على شبكات النقل سواء طرق أو سكة حديد أو أنفاق في المناطق الحضرية لتلبية احتياجات نقل الأفراد والبضائع، ارتفاع تكاليف مشروعات النقل وخاصة ضعف إقبال المستثمرين على الاستثمار في مشروعات الجر الكهربي مقارنة بعوائدها البسيطة. ففي القاهرة الكبرى على سبيل المثال أكبر مدن القارة الإفريقية والشرق الأوسط يعيش فيها ما يزيد على ربع سكان الجمهورية، حوالي من 20 ل 25 مليون نسمة، أي أعلى نسبة تركز سكاني، والذي وصلت إلى 300 نسمة في الكيلومتر مربع، والذي يعد السبب الرئيسي في ازدحام المرور فضلا عن تأثيراته السلبية. لذا قامت الدولة المصرية بالتخطيط لخلخلة التركز السكاني بالقاهرة الكبرى بإنشاء العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة والمجتمعات العمرانية الجديدة حول القاهرة الكبرى. وللمساعدة في تحقيق نجاح مخططات إعادة توطين السكان، فقد شرعت وزارة النقل في توفير نظم النقل الأخضر المستدام، والذي يرتكز على توفير خدمات النقل والبنية التحتية لنقل الأفراد والبضائع اللازمة لدفع عجلة التنمية المستدامة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية بطريقة آمنة وميسورة التكلفة وفعالة ومرنة، وتعتمد على تقليل الكربون والانبعاثات والملوثات البيئية وتقليل تأثيراتها السلبية. وتتمثل حلول النقل بالقاهرة الكبرى لربطها بالعاصمة الإدارية الجديدة والمجتمعات العمرانية حول القاهرة الكبرى في الآتي: مشروع القطار الكهربائي الخفيف ال LRT السلام العاشر من رمضان العاصمة الإدارية بطول 105 كيلومتر وعدد 19 محطة، حيث يربط بين القاهرة الكبرى و9 مدن عمرانية جديدة هي العبور والمستقبل والشروق وهليوبلس الجديدة وبدر والمنطقة الصناعية والعبور الجديدة والعاشر من رمضان والعاصمة الإدارية الجديدة، والذي تم افتتاح المرحلتين الأولى والثانية منه بطول حوالي 70 كيلومتر بعدد 12 محطة في 3/7/2022 الماضي، ويجري حاليا تنفيذ المرحلتين الثالثة والرابعة بطول 35 كيلو بعدد 7 محطات، لنصل إلى الربط مع القطار السريع في محطة العاصمة المركزية وإلى قلب العاشر من رمضان. جاري تنفيذ مشروع المونوريل بإجمالي 100 كيلو، الأول شرق النيل بين مدينة نصر إلى العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة، والثاني غرب النيل الذي يربط بين مدينة 6 أكتوبر والمهندسين، بالإضافة إلى ربطهم بشبكة خطوط مترو الأنفاق. وبصراحة يا سيادة السفير شركة أليسون متأخرة فيه وأنا خايف نزعل منهم، يا ريت نضغط عليهم شوية علشان نخلص في منتصف العام القادم إن شاء الله. استكمال تنفيذ، طبعا أندي فاهم وعارف أنا بقول له إيه، وده أمر لا مناص منه، لا بد منه. استكمال تنفيذ الخط الثالث والرابع والسادس لمترو الأنفاق بإجمالي أطوال تقريبا حوالي 123 كيلومتر، فضلا عن تطوير الخط الأول والثاني من حيث تطوير السكة والأنظمة والوحدات المتحركة. مشروع الأتوبيس الترددي السريع على الطريق الدائري الBRT بطول 110 كيلومتر لمنع سير الميكروباص أعلى الطريق الدائري وتشجيع المواطنين على تقليل استخدام السيارات الخاصة من خلال استخدام وسيلة نقل ركاب متميزة وصديقة للبيئة. إحلال وتجديد أصول النقل العام بالتعاون مع الشركات المتخصصة في إنتاج أتوبيسات نقل جماعي صديقة للبيئة تعمل بالكهرباء أو بالغاز الطبيعي. تشغيل أتوبيسات الكهربائية صديقة للبيئة، وتم فعلا هنا في شرم الشيخ بواسطة شركة أكتا المصرية الإماراتية، شركة سوبر جيت المصرية مع شركة مواصلات مصر الإماراتية في تحالف بشكرهم عليه. شغلوا 260 أتوبيس، منهم 140 أتوبيس كهرباء و120 أتوبيس غاز في منطقة شرم الشيخ، وإن شاء الله بإذن الله يشغلوا 100 أتوبيس كمرحلة أولى على الطريق الدائري و50 أتوبيس منها 30 أتوبيس كهرباء في العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة كنموذج سيتم التوسع في تطبيقه على مستوى الجمهورية والمدن السياحية. كما تتمثل حلول مدينة الإسكندرية ثاني أكبر المدن المصرية بعد القاهرة في الآتي: مشروع تطوير مترو الإسكندرية أبو قير محطة مصر بطول 21.7 كيلومتر، مشروع تطوير وإعادة تأهيل ترام الرمل بطول 14 كيلومتر. أما عن حلول النقل بين القرى بين المحافظات والقاهرة الكبرى، احنا خدنا الحضري في القاهرة الكبرى، خدنا الحضري في اسكندرية، ما بين بقى المدن وبعضها فقد تم التخطيط لإنشاء شبكة قطارات سريعة بطول 2250 كيلو متر، وتشمل 4 خطوط. الخط الأول السخنة مطروح الفيوم بطول 675 كيلو. الخط الثاني الفيوم بني سويف الأقصر أسوان أبو سمبل بطول 1100 كيلو. الخط الثالث قنا الغردقة سفاجة بطول 225 كيلو. الخط الرابع بورسعيد دمياط أبو قير بطول 250 كيلو. فضلا عن زيادة نصيب السكك الحديدية في نقل البضائع من خلال طبعا السكك الحديدية هو جرار ديزل، ولكن لما يبقى جرار واحد قاطر 40 50 عربية بيوفر 50 شاحنة بتتحرك على الطرق. إنشاء موانئ جافة بجوار المناطق الصناعية، 14 ميناء جاف ومركز لوجستي، ربط هذه الموانئ الجافة بالموانئ البحرية بخطوط السكك الحديدية، ودعم أسطولها من خلال إنشاء خطوط جديدة بإجمالي أطوال 155 كيلو، وتطوير أسطول الوحدات المتحركة كالآتي: توريد 260 جرار جديد، وإعادة تأهيل 172 جرار، وتوريد 140 عربة بضائع سطح الحاويات، و1000 عربة بضائع أنواع مختلفة، وتوريد 75 عربة نقل إغلال، بالإضافة إلى إن شاء الله تأهيل 390 جرار سكك حديدية، وحوالي 400 عربية من العربيات المستخدمة والموجودة حاليا في السكك الحديد. وكذلك تطبيق مفهوم الطرق الخضراء صديقة البيئة من خلال الآتي: التوسع في استخدام تقنية إعادة تدوير طبقات الرصف، فصل حركة الشاحنات عن الحركة المرورية في الطرق الرئيسية، بإنشاء طرق خدمة جانبية من الخرسانة الأقل في نسبة التلوث الناتجة عن أعمال الخلط والنقل للأسفلت، مثل طريق الصعيد الصحراوي الغربي، وطريق القاهرة السويس الصحراوي، والطريق الساحلي الدولي. إنشاء الكباري العلوية والأنفاق لإلغاء التقاطعات السطحية بين شبكات الطرق وخطوط السكك الحديدية للحد من التكدسات المرورية التي تتسبب في زيادة معدلات التلوث. التوسع في إنشاء الطرق الدائرية بهدف خلخلة حركة المرور ونقلها إلى خارج نطاق المدن، وتقليل تركيز الانبعاثات داخلها، سواء الطريق الدائري أو الأوسطي أو الإقليمي أو الطرق الدائرية الأخرى، سواء حول مدن زي الأقصر والمنصورة والسنبلاوين وفاقوس وغيرها. تطوير وسائل النقل النهري سواء لخدمة التنقل داخل القاهرة الكبرى أو بين المحافظات المصرية عبر نهر النيل وروافده المحلية. أما عن الفرص، كان لزاما على الدولة المصرية الشروع في الشراكة مع القطاع الخاص الدولي والمحلي في هذه المشروعات الكبرى بهدف رفع مستوى الخدمة المقدمة للمواطن المصري، حيث قامت وزارة النقل بوضع عدة سياسات من أهمها العمل على اجتذاب الاستثمارات الأجنبية لوصول اقتصاد مصري مستدام قادر على الصمود أمام التحديات والأزمات الاقتصادية على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، الاستغلال الأمثل للأصول بهدف زيادة إجمالي الناتج المحلي، تعميم التجربة المصرية أثناء تنفيذ المشروعات القومية الكبرى والتي ترتكز على استخدام الشركات الوطنية المحلية بالاعتماد على مهندسين وفنيين وعمال مصريين واستخدام الخامات المحلية مع الاستعانة بالمكاتب الاستشارية المصرية والأجنبية والشركات الأجنبية الصديقة تحت إشراف ومتابعة الحكومة ورئيس الدولة شخصيا، بما يوفر فرص عمل مباشرة وغير مباشرة وتأهيل العمالة المصرية بما يتناسب مع متطلبات سوق العمل العالمي. الاستفادة من قدرات القطاع الخاص على الإدارة والتشغيل الجيد، التحول الرقمي ومكانة كافة خدمات الحجز وتوفير ماكينات حجز التذاكر وتطبيقات المحمول والبوابات الإلكترونية بقطاع السكك الحديدية والأنفاق، تهيئة بيئة العمل وإجراء الإصلاحات الهيكلية لدخول القطاع الخاص، وهو ما أثمر عنه التعاون مع كيانات دولية مثل الخط الثالث لمترو أنفاق القاهرة الكبرى والقطار الكهربائي الخفيف مع شركة RATP الفرنسية، خطي المونوريل شرق وغرب النيل مع شركة ألستوم الفرنسية، إدارة وتشغيل شبكة القطار الكهربائي السريع مع شركة DB الألمانية، التعاقد مع تحالف الغرابلي 3A انترناشونال من القطاع الخاص المصري لإدارة وتشغيل قطاع نقل البضائع بالسكك الحديدية، التعاقد مع مشغلين عالميين وخطوط ملاحية عالمية لتشغيل وإدارة محطات حاويات وبضائع عامة في الموانئ المصرية، كان أولها شركة CMA-CGM الفرنسية أيضا في ميناء الإسكندرية، شركة يوروجيت في ميناء دمياط، هاتشسون في ميناء السخنة والدخيلة، ميرسك في شرق بورسعيد، دبي في السخنة، أبو ظبي في ميناء سفاجة. التعاقد مع شركة فيستا البين النمساوية للمشاركة في إدارة وتشغيل ورشة مفاتيح السكك الحديدية بالعباسية. التعاقد مع شركة إبيلا مصر لإدارة وتشغيل قطاع عربات النوم. التعاقد مع شركة أكتا لإدارة وتشغيل أتوبيس التردد السريع على الطريق الدائري. هناك العديد من الفرص الواعدة والمطروحة للإدارة والتشغيل والصيانة والشراكة مع القطاع الخاص فور الانتهاء من مرحلة الإنشاء، مثل إدارة وتشغيل الخط الرابع لمترو أنفاق القاهرة الكبرى، ترام الرمل بالإسكندرية، مترو أبو قير بالإسكندرية، وباقي المشروعات التي يتم تنفيذها حديثا سواء في القاهرة أو اسكندرية أو كل محافظات مصر. وأخيرا عشان ما أطولش عليكم، ما تم تنفيذه لم يكن ليتم إلا بوجود رعاية وقيادة سياسية تؤمن بدور النقل المستدام في إرساء دعائم تنمية مستدامة حقيقية. فالتجربة المصرية في النقل سرية وملهمة، يمكن أن يحظو حظوها الكثير من الدول النامية على قدر مواردها إذا توافرت لها القيادة السياسية القادرة على التنفيذ واتخاذ القرار. فأمامنا المزيد لنواجهه لاستكمال مسيرة العمل، والتجربة المصرية أمامكم لرصدها ودراستها والاستفادة منها في تعميم سياسات دولية للدول النامية ذات الظروف المشابهة. وحقيقي هنا بشكر الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس الدولة، الحكومة المصرية وزير وعلى رأسها طبعا الدكتور مصطفى مدبولي رئيس الوزارة، البرلمان المصري الذي لا يألو جهدا، سواء الحكومة أو البرلمان المصري لا يألو جهدا في معاونة وزارة النقل. وما كنا نقدر ننفذ كل هذه المشروعات إلا بتعاون الجميع، زي ما قلت كده، بدءا من توجيهات ومتابعة السيد الرئيس شخصيا لحظة بلحظة، إلى تعاون الحكومة المصرية كلها في توفير الاعتمادات وفي إقرار التشريعات والقوانين، ومجلس النواب في إصدار وإقرار هذه التشريعات. كل زمايلي في وزارة النقل لهم التحية والتقدير على مجهودهم الرائع والكبير اللي بيعملوا به، وإن شاء الله بإذن الله ربنا يكلل مجهودهم بالنجاح إلى المزيد والمزيد إن شاء الله بإذن الله. في ختام كلمتي أتمنى أن يثمر هذا النقاش عن نتائج بناءة يستفيد منها الدول النامية وخاصة الدول الإفريقية. مرة تانية بشكر دولة فرنسا الصديقة، بشكر سيد سفير، بشكر الأستاذة هبة فارس، بشكر عبد الجبار ووديع، بشكر أندي، بشكر كل شركائنا من دولة فرنسا الصديقة التي تتعاون معنا في الآخر لصالح مواطنينا والشعب المصري الذي يستحق منا الكثير والكثير. متشكرين ومشرفينا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, thank you so much, His Excellency. I think the French ambassador will have to leave to his next commitment, so we'll let him say goodbye. And in the meantime, thank you. Applause for our French ambassador. Thank you so much. Ooh, some adjustment, I'm a little short. Welcome everyone, thank you so much. My name is Ju. For those of you who speak Korean, my name is Ju Hyun Ha, but you can call me Ju. I'm a senior sustainability advisor at UIC, and that's the International Union of Railways. And first of all, I'd like to thank the minister for such amazing words. It's absolutely fantastic to hear about all the great work that's happening in public transport in Egypt, especially for us in the climate, in the sustainable development community. For transport, this is a very inspiring story to hear that there is so many challenges in, having to offer, quality transportation for a growing population, but at the same time committing to reducing emissions and to being more environmentally friendly, and doing so in such a large scale, going from the major cities like Cairo to, other important cities like you mentioned in Alexandria, even here in Sharm el-Sheikh, which we all profited coming from our hotels to the COP site, and also addressing freight rail, which is oftentimes a bit forgotten or left out of these conversations. This is something so important that we need to address. So I was very happy to hear that on your speech. and also addressing, there is so much opportunity for exchange in terms of investments, but there is a concerted effort by the Egyptian government in building capacity locally, which is so important to make sure that these projects, they are sustainable in the future and the effects remain in the country for long term. And then finally, I absolutely loved what you said about, having the political will to make these transformations. Being at COP, I think that's something that we want to see from more leaders around the world, that there is this political will to make transformations. It is difficult, but we can do it, and the political will needs to be there. So thank you so much for those words. Without further ado, I'd like to invite my speakers, my fellow panelists to the stage. First of all, starting with Hiba Fares. She's chairwoman of the RATP Dev Executive Board, so please sit to the right of the ambassador. And then Mr. François Daven, who's Director General of the International Union of Railways, to sit on the left of the ambassador. Thank you so much, my boss. And then I'll go over to Isabelle Spiegel, for Environment Director of VINCI, to sit right here next to me. Thank you. And then finally, Sylvain Petitet, International Project Manager for Mobility at CEREMA, to sit on the last seat. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yes, I think all of us have been in COP for a while now, some more than others. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to follow the news, but we've had the 8 billion person born this week. So our world population is bigger than ever. And according to the 2022 World City Report by the UN Habitat, cities now are home to 55% of the world population. So if you live in a large metropolis, I live in Paris, and you know the wonderful things that come from living in a large urban center, but you also feel intrinsically the challenges that come with living in one of those cities. And since this is a transport-focused conversation and a climate-focused conversation, for us that means, how do we continue to cater to people's mobility needs, at the same time reducing the emissions and also the environmental impact. The latest APCC report shows that we are not on track to get to the 1.5 scenario and by 2050, and there is this continued need for a paradigm shift towards environmentally friendly and human-centric options, especially in mobility and in urban planning. So that means, and this is something that the minister addressed in his speech, is moving away from car-centric models of cities that privilege individual motorized transport towards less emitting and less pollutant and more environmentally friendly options, prioritizing public transport, but also active travel through biking and walking. I'm being told that I need to speak closer. But without further ado, I guess the question is, how do we ramp up action? How do we ramp up public transport? And this is the question that I'd like to put forward to our panelists today. So starting with Your Excellency, I'd like to ask you, how do you see the role of international cooperation in bringing this dynamism to mobility systems in Egypt, and especially in terms of how do we make it more sustainable? How do we make it more environmentally friendly?
أنا في كلامي قلت إن إحنا النقل بتاعنا الجديد كله دلوقتي صديق للبيئة، كله نقل أخضر كهربي، سواء المترو، سواء المونوريل، سواء ال LRT، حتى القطار الكهربائي الخفيف والقطار الكهربائي السريع، كل ده صديق للبيئة. الأتوبيسات بندخلها أتوبيسات كهربية عشان نقلل الانبعاثات الكربونية المتصاعدة من الوسائل الديزل اللي كنا بنستخدمها. لو أنا فاهم السؤال يبقى أعتقد كده جاوبته.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah, absolutely. There's, I think you addressed so much of these questions already, and I'd like to move on to. Sorry, it's complicated with the translation system. I'd like to go over to Eva Perez. So, excuse me, yes. So yes, we've talked about many people choosing cars over public transport, and despite it being more less emitting and better for the climate overall, what should we do to accelerate this uptake?
Before I start, I want really to thank the Minister of Transport, Mr. Kamel Wazir, for his kind words towards us, and we are really happy and proud to be in this adventure with you while shifting all the system and all the paradigm in Egypt, and hopefully our collaboration will be long, fruitful, and positive for Egypt and for our company. So thank you again for your confidence and for your kind words. Then to answer maybe your question, I hope that we all agree that public transport is good. It's a good thing. It's better than car. Why? Because when you take a metro, you will have 60% less carbon emission per traveler per kilometer, which is huge. It's a huge. So every time you take your car, if you have to, please think about this topic. So and if we add to this the cost of congestion, of pollution, etc., it becomes really a big difference while using public transport. But as you said, we still have some issues to tackle. The first issue is we don't have a public transport offer all over the world. You have a lot of areas where you still don't have the network that is well connected, built, conceived in order to encourage people from shifting from their cars. In many regions, in many cities, in very small cities, you don't even have a correct bus system in order to be able to leave your car. So this is a first challenge to tackle, and this is an important one. And the second issue is in cities, in countries where you have a public transport network, but still, though it's more expensive, though it is becoming a hassle, though the impact of the community is heavy, people are afraid of leaving their car, or they are they really feel safer maybe, or I don't know what, but they feel better in their cars. So this is our second challenge. One is to have the offer, and the other is to tackle the issue of demand. So for us, I think there's a cycle, a virtuous cycle we should build for public transport, meaning we should build networks, bus, tramway, metro, train, etc., and if they are designed properly, well thought, etc., this will attract people. And then we'll have a need for extension. So we have to extend our networks to go in other areas around the city center, and to bring more people around the Cairo, and around Paris, and around London, and around etc. But around Cairo, for if we speak, to bring more people, so to attract further. So it is a virtual cycle, and it more or less never ends, because cities like Cairo, like you mentioned, are becoming bigger and bigger. So a transport system should always follow, adapt, be rethought, and attract new people. So this is a first key matter for a lot of big cities, and especially growing ones like Cairo, but like other cities in Africa, because I've read that the top 4 cities in the world will be African cities. So this is a major thing to think about. Then a second point is the demand point. So how can we do to make public transport, I don't know, pass me the word, maybe sexier, more reliable, more to have a great customer experience for people safety, reliance to arrive at time, to have a well-designed network, to be able to take it.
And more cheaper.
And cheap and less expensive. Yeah, I think it's important for public transport to be less expensive than cars. Hopefully, I don't know. Currently, the price of energy is becoming so high in many countries that the difference between using one's car and using public transport is becoming even higher. And this is why in some cities we are seeing people coming back after COVID to public transport. But the price is important too. But the whole experience is important. Not being too crowded, not being etc. So a lot of factors would determine why people won't leave their cars. So we have these two issues to tackle, and I'll talk later on about Cairo. But if you allow me, I'll take the example of Casablanca, because we've been operating in the city of Casablanca since 10 years. So the city of Casablanca decided to start one tramway line. So, and it became very successful. So they launched another tramway line, and currently we have more than 50 million people traveling on these two lines. And this, we measured this with the city, allowed them to have 56% less greenhouse gas emissions in Casablanca. So, and with that, we really, as an operator, worked on the satisfaction of the customers. So we have a satisfaction score of 95% for people using the tram are happy, though it is crowded. So what they decided is to double, in 2023, we will double the network. So we'll have 2 new tramway lines and 2 new high service bus lines. So this is a good example of the build, start small, attract, satisfy people, then extend and attract further. So this is what we are trying to do. But then you'll tell me, and we always discuss about this topic with all governments and with Egypt too. The rub is that currently public investment is becoming very difficult to obtain, because we are really confronted to the 3 C's: a conflict, and the climate change. So while having all these challenges, government are investing a lot, helping people, etc., etc. So the economical situation is not great in many countries, at least. So, and we have low ridership still in many cities. So all these parameters makes us think how to finance all that, where to find money to invest, to keep building, expanding, etc., etc., and to improve the quality of service, because we have to do both, and it costs public money, and we know that public transport has always been subsidized, so it's not something auto-sufficient, meaning that the fare that people will pay will be a small amount of the total cost of operations. So while doing that, what is the solution? And here I think this is what we have to focus about, and this is what we discuss in UITP and UIC, I think, and in other association, how to rethink the model, how to find a new system, a new way of doing things. So for me, we need three things. We need decision makers, governments, city, etc., to be on board. We need broader ecosystem. I'll tell you who I have in mind. And then you need a public transport operator like us. So for the decision maker is really very well illustrated with the speech of Your Highness, meaning having bold vision, having a correct vision with an ambition, with a 10 to 15 years plan, where people will know, every city will know where it's going to, how to tackle the issue. It's not only about transport, it's all the urban solutions for the city, but transport is a big part of it. So having this vision, having this ambition, and having this leadership is very important in order to start everything. And not only tackling the issues project by small project, without having something very really planned, because otherwise it will be chaos at one point or another. But this thing, I think we're starting to see great visions in many countries. Then after that, the role of the public transport operator is to bring all the know-how of operation, maintenance, customer experience, to keep innovating, to bring a lot of data, of ideas tested all over the world in other cities in different configurations, and to bring them to a specific country, and to try to help, to learn, to improve, and to save money, to increase revenue, to help the authority in order to optimize the operating system. But this couldn't be enough. It's not only optimizing this that will solve all the system. So this is why we have to find a new ways of finding money. And the new ways is maybe thinking about all the stakeholders, all that are benefiting from public transport. In many countries, employers pay a part of through a tax, contribute to the public transport offer. Why? Because they are benefiting really from a new public transport, a new line of metro, a new train, etc., etc. They are becoming more attractive, hiring, retaining, becoming more efficient, etc., etc. So many countries, some cities have this solution. And then other solutions that are discussed, and in some countries they are starting to be a reality, like Australia, is to say that a lot of landholders, promoters, etc., are benefiting from real estate, from land value creation, because they are building apartments or offices, and they are selling it higher and renting them higher. So maybe through taxation on these stakeholders, it could be a new way in financing, in bringing money to public transport. So this is for me the triptych we need to work on. Vision from the authorities and planning, the operators that bring efficiency and help and improvement and constant improvement, and a new source of financing in order to make the system work. Otherwise, we will not be able to work both on demand and offer, as I mentioned.
Thank you so much. I absolutely love the idea of the virtual cycle of public transport. I think definitely, we oftentimes talk about the high costs of public transport, but it is true that, a lot of the positive externalities that come from having public transport, they're not well reflected into the investment models, and those need to be rethought so that we can continue to grow those. But I want to pick up on the first point that you made, that in order for us to have that virtual cycle, is we need to make the first step, and then that's increase offer. And then I want to go to Isabel. So on that point, what are the solutions to scale up urban low carbon mobility?
Great, thanks a lot for the question. Thank you, thanks a lot, Your Highness, Mr. Minister, to be there and to show us that there are so many things happening in the infrastructure, specifically in this country we love and this continent where VINCI is present for more than 100 years, with 50,000 employees working on projects like this one and the one up to come. So really glad. We're also involved in the Cairo Metro, so clearly happy to be there also, and for the construction part specifically. Today at COP27 is the day of the solutions. I want to insist on the plural, because there is not only one way to make the world sustainable and to be able to meet the needs of the people living on the planet. And we all know that soon will be more than 9 billion living on the planet. So that's why we still need to feed the needs of providing houses, infrastructures, etc., etc. And we need people to live well, and we need people to live within the limit of the planet. And this is where a company like us, so we are present in this continent, globally in 100 countries. We are present to do mainly two things: contracting and concessions. So meaning that our business model is on building things, so building infrastructures, so it could be building energy and mobility infrastructures, but also concessions, Because the concession model, usually it's public-private partnership, and it is a way to bring financement, contracting, and operations together to be able to think on the long term and to be able to really meet this overall challenge that we have, living well, feeding the needs of everybody, and maintain it sustainable with the limit of the planet. So, because it's the Solutions Day, I wanted also to show you a bit how we can ramp up. Because first thing is directly, today this round table, this panel discussion is on urban mobility. So, first thing is clearly to bring projects that are directly aiming at bringing the environmental transition. So, like all soft mobility in urban areas. And it starts not only by doing the works, but really by the planning of the work. So thinking about how to bring together the different usages. So housing plus parking lot plus transport mobility plus probably working spaces, etc. So how to do this planning, anticipating that. It's definitely some railway projects, so like a metro, but like many different others to join cities also together. And aside the project itself, what we are doing also in a large company like us is to say, how can we bring also low carbon solutions within the construction works themselves? So I want to give you one example. It's in the UK, but it's high-speed 2, which is a new speed line for railway transport from London to Birmingham first, where we do have a contractual clauses to to Birmingham, and then to Manchester later on, we hope to. Where we do have a contractual clauses to halve the emissions, so greenhouse gas emissions by 2. At the beginning, we didn't know exactly how to reach a so high effort, but we put everybody together, you know, in the design phase and then the constructions, and we don't know yet if we're going to succeed the full reduction effort, but we're already doing a large part of the effort. So that's a way also to think a bit outside the box, to say, well, let's put this new challenge as one of us challenge within the contract, and we do it together, and we'll see how far we go. So that's one opportunity. On coming back to Egypt, on the Le Cairo subway, we were able to implement, for some structural parts, concrete without or with less cement, so meaning it's low carbon concrete. And this is reducing the emission of CO2 of 320,000 tons of CO2. Yeah, because the cement is really the carbonated part, and all the cement companies are working to lower the content of carbon in cement, but also to substitute with other recycled material, etc. So we were able to have that in Le Cairo subway. You didn't know about that. And because this is also a way to scale up, we need to make the point that low carbon materials can be used and feed exactly the same needs. So it's not 100% zero carbon, it's something with less carbon, but technically it's the same, economically you don't even see it, etc., etc. And we're able on the top to experiment and to test really the zero carbon concrete, which is a higher cost for some specific portion. For instance, so Grand Paris Express in France have one segment built with a ultra low carbon concrete, for instance. So it's more to demonstrate how technically we can really implement this, and to go until the bottom of how much it costs, what is really the environmental footprint of it, and etc., etc. This is the way we implement also low carbon solutions within projects directly. And I want to say that it is also about providing a vision for mobility in the future. Because for sure we need, and again I come back to today is the Solutions Day, and we need to still provide a range of solutions for transport and for mobility. So for some travels, it's impossible to find a railway, you know, electrified, etc. So we need to think about bringing light vehicle and feed it with electricity. We need to think about the long distance freight transport, for instance, with a truck. And what could be the solutions for them? So all the answers are not there yet. Could be also batteries, could be hydrogen, could be biogas, like what we do for buses, and you do specifically with RATP. So currently, I think it is the time for action. So a company like us, we are testing and learning a lot of things through demonstrators, through innovations. So for instance, we have a road which is a charging road through induction. So to be able to charge the truck batteries while they are still doing the journey, to avoid too much stops, for instance. So we have 2 demonstrators in Europe, some others coming, and that could be a solution also, part of the game and the full range of solutions for mobility to really live within the limit of the planet.
Thank you, thank you. This is so, I mean, so much of what you said is so important. Indeed, we are today on Solutions Day, and what you just said, I think, just goes to show how much innovation goes hand in hand with the climate crisis, right? Like there is so much that can be done technically and changing our operations to really, you know, get to our goals. I mean, you mentioned like with the HS2, there was this target to halve emissions, and although very daunting, I guess, at the beginning, you find ways to get there, and that's where creativity plays a part, that's where innovation plays a part, so that is absolutely lovely to hear. And I also love that you addressed embodied carbon as well. That's something that we need to talk about, not only reducing emissions from operations generally, but also looking into how to reduce the carbon that lives inside the materials. Yes, I want to make sure that we get to the whole panel. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about rail and talk about not only, you know, urban planning within big cities, but how do we also connect them to each other and also internationally. And for that, and this being a COP in Africa, I think it would be very important to also think about, you know, what are the opportunities and advantages of rail development here in Africa. And this also being a COP of implementation, you know, what are the challenges of implementation of that rail? And for that, I'll go to François Daven, Director General of UIC.
Well, thank you, and I first would like to thank His Highness for giving me the opportunity to express here, and also for the very inspiring speech that he delivered. And I will start there, that if we walk through the COP, we see very few about public transport. I think I saw 4 or 5, including Egypt, public pavilion where something was said and was exposed on public transport. And I think that says something that is very significant. First, that it is a priority. And I think, Your Highness, you said it. And why you said it? Because you are close to reality. You know what it is to run a country like Egypt. You know what it is to live in a city like Cairo, where you have a lot of challenges and we need to change. And I will not repeat what my predecessor have said, but perhaps I think Hiba was searching a word for public transport. What we used to say in UIC is that we need to make public transport desirable. We need to make people have really the desire to change the transport paradigm. And I think I can subscribe to everything you have said. And coming back to Africa, UIC is in Paris, but UIC is a global association. So we have more than 200 railways companies worldwide, most of the European, but also Egyptian one that we hope we will work a little bit more in the future with. We have the Chinese, we have some operator in South and North America, and a lot of operator here in Africa. And I shall say that among all our members, they want to develop together rail and public transport. And sometimes that's even quite difficult to make the difference between rail and public transport. I will take the example of Senegal. In Senegal, they implemented a rail line for that they call the TER, that's some kind of suburban lines. it's by all means railway. It's according to UIC standards, but it's definitely something for public transport. And I do think that what can we do, since you said that's the action COP. What we should do, and that for the association side, and I think I can also say that for my friend Mohamed Merzani that I see here in the audience. In the associations, we have to do our homework. It's not normal that we don't see more about railways and about public transport here in the COP. Because you know, and in particular here in Africa, that it is part of the solution. I have not seen any minister in Africa that is not telling me I need to change the transport paradigm. And perhaps I will do a little bit of history because, in fact, where are we living? We are living in cities where the main ideas has been made in the 30s and 40s with architect or town planner like Le Corbusier, for instance, and they designed the city for cars. And if you read about town planning, that's a reality. So now we need to design the city for people and public transport. And in the associations, and that's where I will finish, so we are bringing support. In UIC, we are bringing standards for the implementation that make, hopefully, the cost dropping back. We are also providing standards for multimodality. That's a technical part. But what we need, that's really the political drive, and Your Highness, you show how can be achieved with a very strong political drive. We need political drive, and we need to share experiences. You said that in your speech. We need to share what we have developed, how we have developed it. And in UIC, we are about sharing experiences. UIC, well, as I said, is the Association of Railways. We have more than 200 members. We have more than 140 working groups that are speaking all the time how to develop solutions. So we really need to speak about that, not only to take the solutions that are made within the developed country, but also the ideas that are coming for countries that are developing themselves. Because, well, we have been speaking a lot about those times about frugality. In French, we say sobriété, which in English is somehow funny because sobriety is about alcohol. But anyway, but that's something really important, because those values of frugality, of sobriety, these are values that we can find in developing country. You cannot afford to have an efficient solution. Somehow in developed country, sometimes we can afford to have an efficient solution. You can't. And we really need to hear from you and to try to develop those solutions. That will be my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's very important to talk about this. The power of this cooperation between different countries and different communities. I think it's, as we were talking about innovation, oftentimes we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel works fine. We just need to make sure that everyone knows about the wheel. And so associations like UIC, I think, do a great job of promoting that knowledge sharing. And I think we were talking a little bit about Africa, but I'd like to move back to France since this is the French pavilion. And for that, I'd like to invite Sylvain Petitet to tell us a little bit more about the working group, French Partnership for Cities and Territories on less carbon intensive and desirable urban mobility by 2050. Can you tell us a little bit more about CEREMA, your organization, and about this working group?
Thank you, Jo. First of all, I would like to say how glad I am to be there and participate in this important event, especially for this event held in Egypt, because like every French, I love Egypt, perhaps for its glorious past, but also because when you have been there, you know the people living there, it's even better. And also because I have family links with Egypt, so I'm very proud and honored to be there. Family links, yeah, not far from Aswan. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Minister, and Mr. Ambassador, for your words about public transport and urban mobility, because you give us very important information and that shown how important transport and also urban mobility is important for ecological transition. First, I would like to give you some words about CEREMA. CEREMA, we should have a slide, perhaps. Yeah, thank you. CEREMA, which stands for Center for Studies and Expertise on Risk, Environment, Mobility and Urban Planning. It is a public institution linked to the French Ministries of Ecological Transition and Energetical Transition. It's a major public French agency for developing public expertise in the fields of urban planning, regional cohesion, and ecological and energy transition for resilient and climate-neutral cities and regions. It has a staff of around 2,700 people, of which around 500 are dedicated to research and innovation activities. CEREMA is rather young. It was created in 2014 by merging 11 public expertise organizations, each with decades of experience in the fields of bridges, roads, ports, infrastructure, mobilities, water, risk, environment, building, land use, and urban development. CEREMA is a multidisciplinary scientific and technical resource and expertise center which provides assistance in developing, implementing, and assessing public policies at national and local level, where the challenges of climatic and ecological transition are paramount. CEREMA has an important activity of publishing documents of different nature, some sheets, some case studies, some booklets, some books, many of which are available in English and can be downloaded for free on our website. You can see the address of this website on the slide behind us. The proposal I will present you have been developed within the framework of the PFVT, the French Partnership for Cities and Territories. This partnership is a platform for exchanging and promoting the expertise of French urban development actors at the international level. I think that VINCI and RATP are part of this partnership. The secretariat of this partnership is provided by the National Federation of Urban Planning Agencies, and it develops a proposal on various urban issues that are intended to be brought to major international conferences, such as the Urban World Forum, the African Summit, or the COP, for example. For 2021 and 2022, we worked in 10 thematic workshops and produced 10 thematic bootlegs published in French but also in English that you can find on the PFVT website, which address is on the slide. And the subject was different issues as affordable housing, informal cities, health, food, resilience, digital, essential services, creative city, and also, obviously, mobility. To elaborate the proposal for mobility, I led with a colleague from CETEC a working group of around 15 people, women and men of different ages and with different professional backgrounds. It's rather rich. And they belong to different NGOs involved in sustainable development and ecological transition, but also they work in administration, private companies, or universities. The method we had was in 3 steps. First, we tried to identify the issues of different fields, the field of environment, cities, economics, technology, and so on. The second step was the construction of a personal vision of a desirable low-carbon mobility. In fact, we try to imagine the life in 2050 for people living in a suburb or in the very center of the city. They could be women or men, they could be aged or very young, and so on. They can be rich or poor. And we try to imagine the way they would like to have their mobility for work, for consumption, and for leisure. And the third step was the definition, excuse me, of the action to implement in the next 10 years to achieve these scenarios. The proposal was elaborated and can be grouped in 4 main domains: social and political issues, governance; urban management and policies; technical issues; and at least economical and financial issues. Perhaps I will begin with the 2 first, and after we'll speak of the other one.
If you, I think we also want to open up for the questions of the audience, so if we can speed up.
The first one was political and social issues, a question of governance. First, it was important to remind that urban mobility must be considered as an essential good, in the same way that water, energy, or education, or health. Urban mobility must be more affordable, safe, and inclusive. You have already said that. First of all, we think that local authorities have a key role to play for the development and implementation of mobility policies that truly meet the needs of the inhabitants and tackle the challenges of decarbonization and mobilities. It's important within each national context to find the good scale to create the appropriate institution which will have real power and sufficient funding. The question of funding is very important. And perhaps to promote also multi-level collaboration. We thought it's important to have exchange of experience, sharing of best practices, experimentation and innovative initiatives taken by the CD must be encouraged and supported, and they can be encouraged by the implementation of dedicated funding. For example, the 1% mobility for decentralized collaboration, which has been implemented in France, could be a good tool for that. The organization of mobility on the scale of conurbation must be everyone's business. It must be the occasion of a democratic debate and involve all stakeholders.
Hi. Sorry, if I can interrupt you there, I'm really sorry. I think the minister will need to leave in a bit, so I just want to give a chance, and then we can come back if we have some time in the end. Thank you so much. I think we're talking about cooperation and a lot about transport, but it's also so important to look also to urban planning and how urban planning connects back to transport planning and making sure that we have the demand, the people actually using public transport that we're building. A lot of it has to do with how we plan our cities and making sure that those connections are appropriate and that they're safe and they're inclusive and accessible for everyone. So I think that point is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for that. I will open up a little bit for some people in the floor that I know are here that are very important to have. I wanted to start with Marc Granger, who is Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer from Alstom. I know you have a lot of projects here in Egypt and in Africa, and perhaps, I can give you the floor for a couple of minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to start by thanking very much Egypt and His Excellency Transport Minister to be with us today. What you have described in your opening speech, dear Minister, is we know that quite well, but it's very impressive. And I want to insist on the fact that Egypt and Cairo in particular has been a pioneer in implementing urban solutions in the region and more globally all across Africa. I quoted that in a roundtable yesterday. We were together with Mohamed. And I have a personal anecdote to mention, maybe, in a few seconds. I nearly devoted my professional life to rail transport. And when I started in that nice journey, the first travel I had outside Europe was to join Cairo at the time of the Line 1 of the metro. So I may personally confirm that Cairo has been a pioneer. As you have mentioned, we Alstom have a lot of very good collaboration with your country and with your minister. I may speak on behalf of my friend Andy that you know well. We are very active to serve you and potentially willing to continue to provide our solution and our whatever we may bring to enforce our collaboration. I want to mention that Alstom, now being the clear worldwide leader, has a very large set of solutions for nearly all the collective mobility system. But we have a clear strategy, I could say even a mission, to provide a smarter and greener solution for collective mobility. I wanted to take also the opportunity to comment on what we have heard from the panelists. I really appreciated how you described the challenges, Iba, with your three main dimensions. I would challenge a bit that 1/4 was missing. You need an operator, but you need also a very good solution provider and system integrator, and we are delighted to be this one. It is so obvious that it exists that you have not mentioned it. Also, maybe a comment to your words, Isabelle. You insisted on the fact that it was the day of solution and the need to speed up, and that is a very serious thing. We have to scale up this transformation. And it's so obvious, having spent a couple of days here, that mobility is a major driver to reduce emission. It's not known well enough, but as you have reminded, mobility is responsible for a very significant portion of the emission, and it is among all the emitting activities the one that has not reduced in the recent years. So it's really a lever. So I would like to add on what you said in order to define a kind of motto first, considering that rail has to be a backbone of the decarbonization of mobility, and beyond mobility, when you implement a rail solution in a city, it is also a vector to transform the city and to embark a lot of other transformation, all going into the sustainable world. So rail as a backbone is a motto that I would be happy to push further. And in order to do that, there is, because you mentioned time, and Iba, you mentioned that in some countries there's not enough well-established planning or even public authorities in charge of transportation, and that is actually true. And one solution could be to use the so-called NDC, the nationally determined contribution, and to impose within that NDC that transport has to be a lever, and in particular public transport to be a lever. So that is my small contribution to that. Now coming to a more global picture of the challenge in Africa, in order to be more fact-based and independent in looking at the subject, we have commissioned an independent company, Ernst & Young, to work on a global report aiming to quantify the impact of rail transportation in Africa on the emission.
Sorry, Mark, if you can wrap it up.
I'm nearly done. And I would speed up saying that the contribution to reduce emission thanks to public transport, should we fix some clear objective, not unrealistic objective, but accessible objective, it is possible. So I would like to now move to questions. And my question will be for His Excellency, dear Minister Kamel El-Ouaziz. You are a model in public transport and in rail transport in general in your country. There are a couple of well-developed places in Africa, but very limited. There's a lot of countries far behind what you have managed to do over the recent decades. would you, are you already involved in teaming up with other countries? You touched based a little bit that at the end of your speech, and I would be interested to understand how you consider or you envisage influencing, teaming up, providing a return of experience on all the good you are doing here to the other African countries. Thank you.
زي ما انت عايز تقوله ان احنا في عندنا نقل متطور ازاي نساعد الدول الافريقيه الاخرى. ده الخلاصه يعني. احنا دلوقتي يعني انا كنت قبل ما اجي على طول دلوقتي كان معايا وزير النقل الرواندي وبقابل كل وزراء النقل الافارقه، وعندنا قريب قوي ميتنج في القاهره يوم 12 ديسمبر عن موضوع مهم جدا وهو النقل في افريقيا عبر نهر النيل من بحيره فيكتوريا الى البحر المتوسط. ده هيربط تقريبا حوالي 12 دوله افريقيه مع بعضها. احنا اللي بنطوره عندنا دايما باستمرار عاملين خطه ان احنا نمده الى الدول الافريقيه المجاوره، بمعنى ان احنا النهارده مثلا عندنا القطر الكهربائي السريع رايح في اتجاه مطروح ومخططين ان هو يكمل الى بنغازي في ليبيا. القطر الكهربائي السريع رايح الى اسوان ابو سمبل ومخططين نمده الى وادي حلفا في السودان. ده الاتجاه الافريقي بتاع السكك الحديديه. النقل النهري زي ما قلت لحضرتك دلوقتي احنا كده بنعمل اتفاقيه ما بيننا وبين 12 دوله افريقيه عشان نعظم النقل النهري عبر نهر النيل من بحيره فيكتوريا اللي مطل عليها 4 دول افريقيه، رواندا وزامبيا واوغندا ويمكن كمان بوروندي وكينيا. دول بنعمل ربط ما بين بحيره فيكتوريا دي والبحر المتوسط عبر نهر النيل بقى كل ال4 دول او ال5 دول بالاضافه الى جنوب السودان والسودان ومصر. ده نقل نهري بين الدول وبنساعدهم سواء دراسات بيئيه او دراسات استقصائيه او دراسات فنيه عشان نعظم النقل النهري بيننا وبينهم. ايضا الطرق والكباري عندنا بنطورها بشكل كبير جدا، وعندنا طريق رئيسي رابط ما بين اسكندريه على البحر المتوسط وبين ارقين اسوان وارقين على الحدود الدوليه مع السودان الشقيق. النهارده كنا بنتكلم معاهم والاسبوع اللي فات وعاملين كده لجنه مشتركه عشان نمد هذا الطريق عبر كل الدول الافريقيه الى كيب تاون على المحيط الهادي تحت مع جنوب افريقيا، او تقابل نقول المحيط الهادي مع المحيط الاطلنطي في جنوب افريقيا. عندنا طرق كتير ربط بنعملها بين مصر وبين تشاد وبين مصر وبين ليبيا وبين مصر وبين السودان. كل وسائل الربط حتى الربط البحري، النقل البحري، احنا عندنا موانئ على البحر المتوسط عبر قناه السويس وموانئ على البحر الاحمر، عاملين خطوط ربط نقل بحري ما بين مصر وبين الصومال في مقدشيو، بين مصر وبين مومباسا في كينيا، ما بين مصر وبين او بين سفاجة بالتحديد في مصر وبين مينا دار السلام في تنزانيا. عاملين كل وسائل الربط بيننا وبين دول افريقيا وبنفكر ان احنا ننميها في الفترة القادمة ان شاء الله. الى جانب طبعا التدريب، احنا كل الدول الافريقية السودان بندرب لها ناس مهندسين وفنيين على قيادة القطارات والنقل البحري، تشغيل الأوناش العملاقة في النقل البحري. بنتفق مع رواندا دلوقتي ندرب لهم ناس، جنوب السودان بندرب لهم ناس. كل الدول الأفريقية بيننا وبينها شراكات في مجال التأهيل والتدريب في كل مجالات النقل. شكرا.
Thank you. I believe the minister I think he needs to leave now. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, thank you so much for being here. We were absolutely inspired by all your kind words, and we're very excited to see what's going on in Egypt. Thank you. Well, I guess thank you so much for everyone. We hope you learned, and yes, thank you. Huh? It was enough.
No, no, it's okay. I can hear myself. I can hear myself on channel 2. Channel 2 is the one where I think we can hear each other with less background noise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a good one. And you have to hold the mic relatively near to your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you hold the mic near to you, yeah, it works.
We're getting some thumbs up from them, so we're all good. Thank you and welcome. Our time today is short, so we're going to begin precisely on time to cover the sufficient ground. Thank you for coming to the French Pavilion for this session of the Climate Overshoot Commission. My name is Jesse Reynolds. I am the Executive Secretary of the Commission, and we are grateful to the French Pavilion for hosting us today at such late notice. And thank you all for coming. I will be brief. I will first introduce our members of the Commission who are joining us today, and they will answer some of my questions, and hopefully we'll have time to answer some of your questions about the Commission project. So from my left first is Mr. Pascal Lamy, who is the president of the Paris Peace Forum and former Secretary General of the World Trade Organization. He is the chairman of the Climate Overshoot Commission. On his left is Ms. Kim Campbell, Canada's 19th Prime Minister and founding member of the Club de Madrid. And then finally, at the far left, is Professor Shui Lang, who is the Chuang Kong Chair, Distinguished Professor, and Dean of Schwarzman College at Tsinghua University in Beijing, China. So I'd like to begin, proceed in the order here from my left, and begin with Mr. Lamy. Pascal, can you share with us the motivation, the scope, and the objectives of the Climate Overshoot Commission?
Thanks, Jesse. In a few words, this commission was born at the Paris Peace Forum, which I happen to chair until next year, after a few years where, in various occasions, at the Paris Peace Forum, we looked at the future of climate, as we do it here in Sharm el-Sheikh, and the specificity of the Paris Peace Forum is to open boxes, doors, which have not yet been opened in global governance, international cooperation. We all know we have huge collective challenges, that the capacity with the international system provides to address them is weak, and that we need new avenues. Paris Peace Forum wants to be this new, more innovative coalition, science, civil society, business-based sense of purpose-led action. And this is why we decided to open this box of what if we overshoot 1.5. There is a science part of that, and science tells us that we will overshoot very likely. There is a political side of this, and the G20 communique says the target should be the Paris one, which is to remain well below 20 as near as possible to 1.5. We believe that as science says that we will very likely overshoot 1.5, we have to relook at the whole range of options. Mitigation, of course, remain the number one avenue, and there's no discussion about this, and I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Then we have to relook at the three other ones, which is adaptation, carbon removal, and geoengineering / solar radiation modification. And this commission has as a purpose to table new recommendations, given that what happens between 1.5 and 2 is quite dramatic. New proposals to better handle adaptation, move up carbon removal, and look at the science and governance part of geoengineering, so that we can open, when we publish our recommendations, which is probably summer next year, we can reopen a public debate about these options in order so that they can be discussed, as we believe that we should leave no stone unturned. That's the purpose of the Commission.
Thank you, Pascal. Ms. Campbell, what, in your eyes, are some of the key issues, some of the key challenges that the Commission faces as it scales the learning curve of these additional approaches to reducing climate risks? What are the key issues that you'll need to address?
Well, I think what we are looking at is a whole range of technologies which we as a Commission have to try and get our head around, and we have outstanding scientific advisors. But as a governance person and as a founding member of the Club of Madrid, which is the largest forum of former democratically elected presidents and prime ministers, I'm very concerned, as is the Commission, about the decision-making structures that are used to decide whether technologies would or would not be used. And in particular, the importance of ensuring that the less developed countries, many of whom are the most affected by climate change and global warming, have a voice in these. That this is not something that rich countries run off half-cocked doing. That there are very important justice and governance issues involved in these. But at this stage, we are also very interested in looking at what are the scientific possibilities, what are some areas that might be worthy of more research, what are some areas that are perhaps not worthy of further pursuit. And we hope our recommendations will be informed both by the science and by the very serious challenges of a global governance structure that would enable countries to make wise and fair decisions about the uses of any technologies that might have some role to play. And I would again emphasize what our chair, Pascal Lamy, has said, is that none of this in any way undermines our fundamental priority of reducing emissions. There is no alternative, but as we have seen in the course of the whole climate debate over the last few decades, people are often afraid to discuss things other than reducing carbon emissions, such as, for example, adaptation. But facts overtake us, and we now realize that climate change is on us, and adaptation is essential for us to discuss. So similarly, we think these are topics that must be discussed both in terms of their technology and their governance before the necessity is on us and people might make decisions that are not wise and informed and fair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. So you brought up the technological aspect of these additional approaches. And of course, technologies are key to all approaches to reducing climate change. Cutting emissions requires zero carbon energy, and adaptation requires new approaches to upgrading infrastructure, holding sea level rise, etc. Nevertheless, particular aspects of these additional approaches, such as large-scale industrial carbon dioxide removal, as it's been proposed, as well as solar radiation modification, have a particular salience as perhaps emerging technologies. So I asked Professor Shui, how can policymakers and decision makers help ensure that such emerging high-leverage technologies contribute to advancing the sustainability goals, not just climate action, but across the SDGs, instead of causing challenges and problems?
Thanks very much for that question. I think that, of course, when you talk about emerging technologies, there are several dimensions that people tend to think about. I think, of course, the core issue is the functionality of the technology. For example, here we're talking about the removal of the carbon dioxide. But also, I think there are other dimensions. For example, the cost. For example, the governance-related issue to, when the new technology brings some potential risks, and so on. I think many of all technology have this so-called life cycle. So when when it's emerging, I think sometimes people tend to focus on one dimension of its functionality, but actually as it develops, as it sort of gradually permeates in the society, in the market, there could be multiple sort of, in a way, applications. So I think it's one thing that we might want to explore. For example, for this, carbon dioxide removal, sort of this set of technologies, to see what are the other potential applications that might be beneficial to achieving other SDG numbers. I think the second issue is also, I think that given the large amount of the carbon removed, what do we do with the carbon? I think that probably also requires further research to see. I think the previous ways try to sort of store those carbon and the sequestration, whatever the method you use, that's still a burden. But whether there are some other ways we can use this carbon in a more productive way, I think that's also an issue. Of course, I think given that this carbon dioxide removal and so on, if this can be upscaled, there'll be a huge industry that could be developed, that creates jobs and generate a lot of more benefits. So in a way, I think there are many different ways you can think about how this new technology can be amplified to help to achieve SDGs.
Thank you, Professor Shui. One of the issues being debated as we speak here at the COP27 negotiations is the ongoing role of the 1.5 degrees warming goal. And of course, the IPCC indicates that surpassing the 1.5 degrees goal is almost inevitable. Nevertheless, there's a common reaction that I hear when I personally discuss the Overshoot Commission is, but you run the risk of distraction. We must keep our eyes solely on A, 1.5 degrees Celsius, B, cutting emissions, and anything else risks taking the eye off the ball. I'd like to ask the chair of the commission, Mr. Lamy, how he envisions the commission and policymakers more broadly balancing out the need in the commission's eyes to take these other options seriously while keeping the eye on cutting emissions, reaching net zero, and keeping overshoot as minimal as possible.
Well, that's it's a frequent conundrum. You have science on the one side, and we have very serious science, thanks, by the way, to the IPCC. And the climate debate is probably among our major global challenges, the one where science is now inputting the debate the most, more than health, for instance, or even global finance, I'm afraid. And on the other side, you've got the politicians, you've got politics. And this commission is a bridge between science, on climate, on the achievements of mitigation, on what could be done with adaptation, as Professor Trent just said, with carbon removal or SRM, and policy and political debate. We have, as I already mentioned, a G20 communiqué that says, eye on the ball of the Paris time, which is the 1.5, which is not exactly 1.5, which is well below 2 degrees, if possible 1.5, and that's understandable. We need things as simple as that for politicians to be moved by public opinions. On the other side, we have science that tells us now that the 1.5 will be overshot. This is not all bad news. What science tells us now is that the range which people had in mind in Paris in 2015, 7 years ago, has shrunk. The bad news is that the bottom part of the range has gone up. The good news is that the top range of the range has gone down. And what's pretty clear is that now we are at 1.5. We are at 1.1, which many people do not have in mind. Lots of people believe that when we discuss 1.5 or 2, we are at 0. No, we're not at 0. We are at 1.5, 1.1. Then, if you consider this, and if you look at the evaluation of what NDCs bring, for instance, both by 2050 or 2030, it's pretty clear that none of what's on the table for the moment will keep us below 1.5. And in some cases, the evaluation shows that we'll be very lucky if it doesn't overshoot 2%. So this is the range we have to look at. And I think considering this range is also a way to align better politics on science. It's not for science to align on politics. It's for politics to align on science on this issue, which is so existential that we really need this to be done. And in a nutshell, I mean, this commission could be about, very, very simply, aligning better policies, governance, with the reality of what science tells us.
Thank you. And I think the challenge of being at 1.1, I've heard claims perhaps we're at 1.2 now, with approaching 1.5, as well as I'd like to add the evidence that there's masked warming caused by the lower atmospheric air pollution, that as we move to cleaner fuels, there might be a hidden 0.3 degrees, maybe 0.4. That, of course, we want cleaner air at the lower atmosphere where people live, but this will allow excess warming that's currently being blocked to manifest. Ms. Campbell, a moment ago you mentioned the role of developing countries, and I think now's a good moment to draw attention to our slide behind us, which contains the members of the Overshoot Commission. And one non-negotiable point, as Mr. Lamy and I assembled the commission, was that a supermajority of the members must come from developing countries, from climate vulnerable developing countries who have the most at stake. And depending on how you count a developing country, we're at about 2/3 of the membership from developing countries. Ms. Campbell, I wonder if you can elaborate on your point about the ways in which developing countries have the most at stake and how the Commission can ensure that their perspectives are integrated appropriately in the Overshoot Commission process.
Well, I think fundamentally having a very diverse membership of the Commission helps, because all of the members are people who are not shy and have a lot to say. And I think when we look at the 1.5, it's important to remember that this number was not drawn out of a hat. And over the last few decades, the scientists of the IPCC have experienced a great deal of political pressure because we're accused of scaremongering or exaggerating. So many of the estimations were in fact reduced or put at the best case scenario. So when we look at 1.5 and we deconstruct that about what it means to the lives of people in the world, we have to remember that this is a threshold that has been created from real world observations and realities. And many of those real world observations and realities are coming to bear in less developed countries in the world. If we look at, for example, the terrible floods in Pakistan, we look at the droughts in South Africa, we look at many countries that are experiencing a disproportionate impact from global warming. And so when we look at the 1.5, it is in a sense one of the measures we use to try to assess cost-benefit analyses of doing things, because it reflects a real world experience. It's not just a number drawn out of some kind of scientific mathematical discussion. And that is why it's very important for us And incidentally, there are no countries that are safe from global warming. People used to joke that in Canada we could grow oranges in Saskatchewan. No, we experience terrible droughts and heat domes and fires, etc. There is no country that is safe. But there are some countries that are less equipped to deal with the mitigation and to deal with the adaptation. So it is very important that we have an awareness not only of the capacities of countries, but also the disproportionate way that the impacts of climate change are felt. And that helps us in our assessment of what are the realistic cost-benefit analyses of different kinds of approaches that might be taken to deal with climate overshoot. It will be a complicated and important set of discussions and deliberations, but happily we have very strong representation from less developed countries, from people who are very skilled at advocating for their parts of the world.
Thank you. Professor Shui, you just arrived from China. Thank you for coming all this way and hurrying over here to the COP pavilion. China, of course, is a key player in all aspects of international climate negotiations. Can you comment on your eyes as you're not here representing China, this is in your personal capacity to be completely clear, but in your eyes, where do you see China approaching the issues of overshoot of the Paris targets, as well as how these additional approaches might be able to be integrated into a portfolio approach?
Well, thank you. Indeed, as you excuse me, as you mentioned, that China indeed is a very key player in the climate issue, and China has been very, fully engaged in climate activities. I think that given the importance of the overshooting issue, I think certainly I think Chinese government and all the parties related would be very much interested in learning more about what are the consequences of the overshooting, and what are the options to address this issue. So I think actually the Chinese government would be very much supportive of the effort, like the Climate Overshoot Commission. At the same time, exactly as Ms. Lamy has just mentioned, Chinese government probably would also want to make sure that whatever the efforts, this will not divert attention from the current, climate, gas reduction efforts. So I think that's probably the first thing. The second, I think, aspect, I think that Chinese government is very supportive to innovation, technology efforts, and also many Chinese academic institutions are fully engaged in various activities, including, the carbon dioxide removal and so on. So I think the government would be very supportive to efforts in trying to, reduce the uncertainties related to these technologies, and to see how we can accelerate the development of the technology and also the deployment of the technology. And third, I think, some of these technologies, I think as we already discussed, there's a very heavy, governance side, for example, in terms of how actually they can help to address the, developing countries' concerns, and how make sure that, the potential risks can be addressed, equitably and so on. So China certainly would be very much interested in participating in global discussion and global governance of the issue.
Thank you. I have more questions prepared, but I think this would be a good time to collect a couple of questions. If anyone here in the audience has them, I'll gather, let's say, 2 or 3, collect them, and see how our members of the Commission might respond. I see a hand here. We have a wandering microphone. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for doing this. I'm Susanne Ehlerding with Tagesspiegel in Berlin. Can you give us a glimpse on what your recommendations would look like? So, especially on governance, I'm interested in that. And I wonder who's financing this commission, so who's behind it, and is the kind of entity who might be interested in solar radiation management and so. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll collect a couple if we can, and then have the take some answers. Yes, in the back.
Hi, thank you so much. That's been really interesting. I was just wondering, how do we make sure that the narrative is accepted by civil society and the public going forward? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take the first question here, which was any hint at where the Commission may be going, and then later on I'll address the question about funding as Executive Secretary. I have my finger on that pulse the most, as well as how the civil society broadly construed, how the Commission can help ensure that its recommendations are well heard.
Well, on your first question, recommendations, as far as I can predict a sort of landing zone, and I'm a chair that listens to what the members of the Commission have to say, and there's no pre-framed, pre-cooked conclusion, so it's an open process. So what I say about the recommendations is what I believe they might be, not what they should be, not what they will be. I suspect that on adaptation is going to be about scaling up enormously, not a bit, what we need to do. And we have had conversations here that are not yet finished on loss and damage, for instance. So that's the line which I predict on adaptation, with a series of recommendations on what are the most efficient, economically, technologically, politically priorities. Adaptation is a vast range, and by the way, adaptation only matters when related to the ground where people have to adopt more adaptation. On carbon removal, it's probably likely to be very much about what the economic model, how do you incentivize carbon removal? You have to pay for that. You pay for emitting now, in many cases. So, and on geoengineering and solar radiation, obviously, the main issue is global governance. Is there a frame that can be adopted internationally that would say these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 conditions under which experiments are doable, and until and unless this to-do list is not ticked, then please refrain.
I think the question about civil society is very important because it's integral to the whole approach for governance, because we sometimes think that government is not with civil society, but when, in my experience as a legislator, I found that I was able to do the best job when I went out and consulted and talked with the people who were actually going to be affected by what I had done. And there's also an enormous amount of knowledge and experience and on-the-ground understanding among civil society organizations around the world. I think what we are looking to do is not to create a blueprint to say the world should do this. We are looking to frame the issues and to identify ways in which the dialogue and debate can continue, hopefully, but not just a talking exercise, but a way that can lead to some conclusions. And the integration of civil society will be an integral part of that, because it is a resource. It's not something you do to be nice to the people. You do it because you want to make the best possible decisions. And those decisions, the knowledge that we need exists both in scientific knowledge, but also in the human dimensions that civil society brings forward. And recently, the British Astronomer General said that to deal with the crises that we're facing in the world, we need global, rational, long-term thinking, animated by considerations that science alone cannot provide. And that last dimension is very, very important. What are the reality of lives that people live, and how would they be impacted by some of these alternatives? So the governance formula will have to be very much part of or include the ability to get the knowledge and experience and wisdom that that understanding would bring to ultimate decision making.
And Jesse, on your question, who pays?
Thank you. So on the question of the funders of this project, at the moment we're funded by a handful of philanthropies. Our current largest funder is Open Philanthropy. We have a handful of other modest funders that have been able to act faster as this project has got started up. These include the LAD Climate Fund, the Rockefeller Foundation, which is not a small foundation, but gave us essential early in-kind support, and the Kohler Climate Fund. We're currently speaking with a number of potential additional funders, none of whom would come as a surprise to those who are familiar with funding in the climate action community, a lot of the usual names. So I'm glad to speak with you more. Our list of current funders is on our website, which is also here on the screen in very small letters. I apologize for that. overshootcommission.org. Before I wrap up, I just want to say thank you again to the hosts, the French Pavilion, for allowing us at this late stage. Thank you for coming, and thanks as well to the members of the Commission who traveled here to share their perspective. So, thank you.
can we? Bonjour, bonjour.
Hello, hello everyone. My name is Mariana Castanocano. I'm the founder of 10 Billion Solutions, and it's a pleasure to share with you this important moment for buildings and the building industry in France and in the rest of the world. We are about to hear about the steps that have been made, in the field of decarbonization and resilience of buildings and infrastructures. Today, during this day dedicated to cities and solutions, we've heard at the building pavilion the call made by France and the Kingdom of Morocco for a building breakthrough in order to have by 2030 resilient and decarbonized buildings. That's an important moment. I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak French, to be invited to moderate this event. I'm grateful for the role, for the work made by France. Thank you, Madam Minister, for what your country is doing and for the cooperation and what you're doing here at the COP27. This panel will be divided into two round tables, one dedicated to the solutions and the cooperation, a second one dedicated to adaptation to climate change. For that purpose, we have gathered here high-level speakers from the public sector, from the building sector, from the infrastructures, but also with people from the institutions, from the industry. We'll hear many people. We have somebody from the Global ABC, the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. It has been created by France and Morocco in 2015 during COP21. As I was saying, we are very happy and grateful to have been invited and to have here Mrs. Agnès Pannier-Runacher, Minister of Environment, French Republic. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here together with you today. A great pleasure, among others, because that's an important matter we are to talk about. This is the industry that is accountable for the most greenhouse gases emissions. 37% of the carbon dioxide emissions come from the building industry. It's a vulnerable industry. Also, heat or floods can affect the buildings, of course, which raises the question about how to adapt buildings. From COP21 on, France has been leading the Global ABC, the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. The secretaries being ensured by the United Nations Institution for Environment. It is essential for the G20. The UNFCCC sustains support a resilient and efficient building industry. We have 250 partners. We are developing strategic roadmaps in more than 30 countries. I'm happy that the supporting program is being broadened. Together with the AFD and the GIZA, we are, and thanks to the Green Fund and EU money, we are supporting this program. I would like to thank the UN Programme for Environment and both development agencies who are supporting in a tangible way roadmaps, but also the World Business Council for Sustainable Development for their efficient co-presidency. As you see, cooperation can be close and fruitful when it comes between the private and the public sector. It can be quick as well. We can work in a quick manner and in an efficient way. There is a degree of raising awareness. Having said that, the global report you've submitted this week, shows that we have to go a step or a couple of steps further. The solutions are there when it comes to decarbonization. They're not always expensive, but it's often about deciding to put them forward, to highlight them, to showcase them, and to use them. That's precisely what you are doing, what we are looking at doing in France, thanks to financial funding, both for old buildings and new ones. We are deeply convinced that in the long run it will be more expensive to remain doing nothing than to start working in terms of adaptation. I'm really happy to see a closer cooperation between the Global ABC and the Coalition for Resilient Infrastructures, Natural Disasters Resilient Infrastructures. Mona Chabra-Annan is here, and she will pick up on that. We want to go even further and reinforce the inter-state cooperation. You said this morning, here at the COP27 at the Global ABC Building Pavilion, France and Morocco, together with other countries, want to work on a breakthrough when it comes to buildings, for those buildings, the resilient ones, or the nearly net zero, to become the norm, not by 2050 but by 2030. Around 15 countries have expressed their deep interest and will, I hope, join us very soon. For the first time, we want to gather ministers in charge of the sector, of the industry, probably the housing ministers or secretaries of state, by the end of 2023, to further discuss at a high level and lead this project. That would be a first time. You are pioneers from that matter when it comes to decarbonization, buildings decarbonization. By being here, you show how determined you are to make a reality out of our pathway to net zero. I will now thank you and give the floor to the experts and specialists who will tell us how to obtain quick and positive results. Many thanks.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. And we wish you, as we said, lots of success during this COP. It will be our success for us all. So now we're going to follow with a panel of experts, women and men from France and elsewhere, who contribute a lot to the decarbonization of our buildings, not by 2050 but 2030, as the emergency is here today. So let me introduce you on my left, Majed Helmi. He's the director for Egypt of Saint-Gobain. Welcome. We also have Mrs. Jure Jada. She is the program leader for the EU for Sustainable Finance, E3G, well-known body. Then we have Magali Anderson, who's responsible for sustainability and innovation, because the two have always to go together. Then we have Isabelle Spiegel, the environmental director at VINCI, and we also have Jonathan Duane, who is the CEO of the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. And we will talk about solutions. So you represent all the sectors who do construction, who do buildings to host people and to work. And you're all here. we've heard the visions of 12 countries who said that them too, they support this appeal for this call for a new breakthrough. Saint-Gobain, your company, what is its mission to accelerate the decarbonization and the resilience? And how do you think to contribute to this? How do you think to answer to these buildings that are?
In Saint-Gobain, we are working in two parallel ways with our customers and in processes. Of course, for the customers, we have to provide our customers with the well-being solutions, the energy-efficient solutions, and also the lightweight building solutions. Also, some environmental healthy products and solutions as well. In Saint-Gobain, we are not only working on our customers, we are also focusing on the process itself. The impact, the positive impact of our solution in our customer. We have the possibility to reduce the carbon emission to 2/3 by addressing the operational carbon. And I would like to say thanks to insulation sector for facades as insulation, glass, and so on. Also, not only the operational carbon, the embodied carbon in the industries of lightweight building solutions. Even the concrete itself used for the structures, we are helping to decarbonize the concrete through our construction chemicals sector. What I want to say is that as France, the government in France is keep pushing to use the bio-based construction building materials, such as timber and so on. Also, we have in our portfolio a focus on the process till 2030. That means that we need to reach minus 30% carbon emission by 2030 in Scope 1 and Scope 2. Also, we need to reach minus 16 in carbon emission by 2030 in Scope 3. In lightweight building solution, it helps so much the embodied carbon to be minimized. So lightweight building solution is our trend and our focus till 2030 to reach these results. We are not in a need for a technological breaking through or even to shift to a significant energy mix. We are working with our existing technology to reach this result till 2030. But beyond 2030, yes, we will have a deep need for technological breakthrough and for changing to the significant energy mix.
Merci Majed,
Je vous en
on
prie.
vous souhaite beaucoup de succès avec...
Thank you, Majed. We wish you lots of success with this ambitious project, because this cement, these construction materials, together with steel, we say that it's the most difficult to decarbonate. But also, if we put together all the production of cement and steel, we would be with emission total much better than other countries in the EU and elsewhere. Thank you very much. So we shall continue now within this sector, Magali. So we've heard this week at the pavilion dedicated to construction, there is a lot of initiatives and solutions to decarbonize these products that are very energy emitting. What are the contributions in this run against the clock? Thank you, Marianne. I think the race against the clock is the word to be used today. I could tell you about our net zero by 2050 and our targets.
Today. So it's been, il y a beaucoup de choses, pardon.
There's a lot of things we do today. We've launched 2 years ago our low carbon concrete. When we see the challenges of the galloping urbanization and the challenges of adaptation, it will be the concrete will be more needed than ever. So we've launched this low carbon concrete that that has less by 30-70% of the median in the country. So that shows the appetite of the market. There were companies that they were telling us, well, there's no need for this, and now it turned out, no, it's not true. There is a lot of appetite for this project. We, of course, we work on our levers, how to replace fossil energies that heat our ovens by waste and biomass. How do we work to replace our clinker by other materials? Of course, flying ashes are the usual lever, but we've announced that we would go new types of cement. All these things that we do them. We talk a lot about the breakthrough here. We've launched also, the first thing we did at the beginning of the year, cement at 100% made of recycled materials. And we did it into cement plants in France and in Poland. We'll proceed with another test. We are at 12,000 tons, so it's not laboratory anymore. It's not mass production yet, but the fact that we can do it in different countries and different factories shows that these solutions are possible to be deployed today, because we're in a hurry, as you said at the beginning of your intervention. Yeah, congratulations for this project, because we have to understand how nature has no waste. There is a virtuous circles, I would say. The day we'll be able to do this, we'll be able to say that we've responded to the challenges. Now we'll talk about consumers, not the small ones. We have at VINCI's Isabel Spiegel, how many products, how many tons of highly carbonated products you actually do. You build everywhere in the world. What are your objectives? And above all, what do you need from the producers, from the decision makers to accompany these movements quicker?
Well, that's at the very heart of the question. Hello, everyone. First thing, we are somewhere in the value chain between the final user of the building and the raw materials providers. So we implement a couple of solutions, making sure technically things are going to work. So it's quite essential. We used to merely apply what people were asking for. Now things have changed. We have to promote some solutions. It's the Solutions Day during this COP27, and that's the value we bring. We highlight, we showcase good solutions in which we believe for various reasons. What happens now is we are scaling things up. I would like to drop a couple of examples. We have, of course, labels and objectives, but that's about a new productivity culture. Even customers not asking for environmental solutions should be proposed some. This is our value. Perhaps it will be more expensive. It's not always is. Sometimes the customers choose the environmental friendly solutions, sometimes not, but at least you've tried. We integrate solutions for buildings. This pavilion is made of wood, so you know what I'm talking about. We have dedicated subsidiaries. We have low carbon cement. We have cement-less concrete as well. Our headquarters are partly made from that kind of concrete. We've pushed that as a pilot project 2 years ago. It's 2022 now. We are developing this project. We are developing tunnels in Greater Paris. It's for hospitals as well, or social housings projects led in France and abroad. We are active when it comes to recycling and upcycling as well. Recycled materials are a huge part of our new business model. It's about, we have deconstruction subsidiaries, deconstruction, depollution as well. So it's about how to align that to come up with the right solutions at a local level. But the recycling issue is not to be transporting things for too long distance, because that would make things, of course, far more expensive. So we have to be close to the place where you're building. That's what circular economy is about. And we are also into nature-based solutions, low carbon refreshment, nature, putting nature into cities. It's ecologically and economically meaningful. You sometimes win 3 times, because you avoid floods, you use pro-environmental engineering, creating biodiversity spaces in the city. Have you got some fields vulnerable to floods next to it? You can save them, and that's what it's about. It's about winning twofold, threefold, fourfold. That's the topic, and that's our direction. We have to scale up and develop solutions. Thanks a lot, Isabelle, for wrapping things up, for describing, for depicting this broad picture of your degree of innovation, of the solutions you use. We hear the representative from Saint-Gobain speaking about friendly markets. So we have solutions, we have innovations, we need a proper market, and we need money, of course, we need investments, which is why we'll now give the floor to Joré Yada. You're a program leader for E3G, so you're into recommendations when it comes to implementing measures in an efficient way. So what solutions can finance bring if you are to try to win the race?
To be here, and E3G is proud to be a member of Global ABC. And from the perspective of an independent climate think tank specializing in economy-wide decarbonization, but also sustainable finance and climate policy, I have to say that when I look at the financial sector, what I've seen over the past few years is really an uptake and an emergence of financial tools, instruments, and products enabling the channeling of capital towards green buildings and constructions projects. So we can call those finance solutions, if you like. And if I zoom in, I can see in particular that the green bond market has taken off in the last decade. So it's about 90% of the total financial market for green finance at the moment. And this has also included a rise in the number of green bonds for buildings and construction products with sustainability and green characteristics. We've also seen a rise in green mortgages and green lending products, particularly in Europe, since we're in the French pavilion. And we've also seen some innovative blended finance initiatives being launched. So let me give you a quick example. Lithuania just recently launched a blended finance product that is expected to yield 1 billion euros in residential upgrades across the country, using grants to bring in private capital and public financing to really de-risk the investment profile by providing a first loss guarantee. So we're seeing some innovation there. And private financial institutions are coming in, launching their own initiatives, like green securities financing loans for real estate companies looking to access short-term capital for green projects, leveraging their own investment portfolios. So we're seeing a lot of movement. And I would say that this market is being driven by regulation, it's being driven by certification, by green building codes, by government tax incentives, also the development and availability of high quality projects, but also access to materials, as you were saying, and also a skilled labor pool to implement these projects, as well as the catalyzing effect of public finance. But despite these offers, let's say, and I know that the Global Status Report has found that there's been a 50% increase in investments into the buildings and construction sector since 2015 to 21. If you look at the whole of the green finance market, it still was only 4% of the total financial market in 2021. So if we're talking about really getting to a breakthrough in buildings, green construction projects, we do indeed, Mariana, need to accelerate and scale up the financing flows for these projects. And I'll leave you with 3 priorities the way we see it. The first is really moving towards international standardization for project development, for project documentation, as well as energy savings calculations to really bring transparency, but also investor confidence to set their expectations on the performance of these investments. We need to develop and improve data availability and collection, so looking at the project profiles, the risk-return profiles for lenders, but also in particular just to develop the business case and evidence base for these projects. And last but not least, we really need to continue looking at how to effectively channel public finance to play this catalyzing role in the markets, and also providing this de-risking function, and indeed helping unlock some of these projects that you were talking about that bring in more of these adaptation characteristics and not just mitigation benefits. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Jurei, for painting the picture. Sorry, I move back to French.
Okay, I get back to French. So we need finances, we need legal framework, and we need technical innovation, and we also need the cooperation, because the experiences you're talking about, we don't see them everywhere. The needs are not the same in all countries. All the countries cannot access things with to technical and financial capacity. So let's talk about cooperation for a few minutes. So it's with great pleasure that I am lucky enough to introduce you Manel, who's not with us today on COP27, and Manel Aitzalia. Manel, hello. She's the Vice Director of Energy at the French Agency for Development. It's a great investor, also investor in the infrastructures everywhere in the world. With Manel and Jonathan, we're going to paint the landscape of what cooperation is able to do to make the things move forward. Manel, with the AFD, we've heard here that there's lots of new projects in deep. The programs for the energy efficiency in building. We see that there are 2 new workshops that are being going to be launched. One for war countries and another one for the Mediterranean. Sometimes it's similar, but these are 2 different countries. Because will be made with the participation also of France and the AFD with the Climate Fund, the Green Fund. So I would like to know, what is the role of the financial cooperation in order to move forward the decarbonization of the sector? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. You've mentioned a few initiatives that we promote with our partners, with GIZ, amongst others. I would switch to English so that the people who are connected remotely have access to things without the translation. So I will just remind you the key elements of the energy efficiency before I start talking about our position and our role.
Move to English. Just as a reminder, in the landscape of energy efficiency in the building, wanted to remind that indeed resilient and energy efficient infrastructure are vital to lower future disaster risk and support long-lasting social and economic development. I will not come back to the economic impediments of energy efficiency in buildings, but it's a major contribution to the global economy that we're talking here about. Promoting green buildings at scale can, of course, strengthen local economies, create jobs, provide resilient shelter, improve energy security and lower living costs for households in the face of the current energy and economic crisis. It is encouraging that as of 2021, 136 countries mentioned building emission reductions in their NDCs. and 80 countries have adopted building energy codes. However, we still observe an important gap between national ambitions and effective action on the ground. And I'll come back later to financing gaps more specifically. International cooperation and development finance stakeholders will play a major role to accelerate the transition towards resilient and energy efficient buildings. They shall provide financing at the first place, so bridging the gap and the huge financing gap to achieve the targets. But also, these stakeholders shall endeavor to build knowledge, awareness, and strengthen capacity. These are the two pillars of action where there is a crucial role for international cooperation and climate finance to play in the sector. In 2020, $3 trillion were invested in the buildings and construction sector. But out of these amounts, only 3% of these investments went towards energy efficiency and adaptation measures. Massive investments are essential to support national ambitions and to increase sectors' capacities to shift towards energy efficiency and climate resilient buildings. Development finance institutions in this landscape represent 10% of the global annual investments, and therefore they have a significant role to play in shifting global finance. In 2020, International Development Financing Club, IDFC, reported a total of $16 billion US dollars invested towards energy efficiency in new buildings and industrial facilities. IDFC members committed to keep increasing climate finance in the building sector, and this is where also AFD's action is taking place. To speak more specifically about AFD, as far as we are concerned, energy efficiency is one of the three priority axes of our energy strategy framework. And the Program for Energy Efficiency in Buildings, the PEB, jointly implemented by AFD, GIZ, and ADEM since 2018, is one of our key levers to implement this strategy, the energy efficiency strategy. PEB takes a multi-level approach, combining each of project financing with national policy support and professional capacity building. Currently, PEB is supporting over 40 large infrastructure projects in almost 30 countries, from affordable housing, hospitals, health centers, to universities, museums, and offices. In 2022, these upgraded buildings were representing a total pipeline of 3 billion euros. So we're talking about massive investments here. Building up on this success, the success of this initial phase, the PEB is scaling up, as you mentioned, with the support of the Green Climate Fund and the European Commission. AFD and GIZ are welcoming a new partnership with the Green Climate Fund, which would provide 220 million euros funding to scale up the PEB under the name of PEB Cool in 11 countries where the cooling issue is topical. And this Green Climate Fund contribution will provide concessional loans and technical assistance grants to support high efficiency and climate resilience standards through policy support, capacity building. So this is where the action is complementary. There is a financial levy, a financial pillar, and a policy support and capacity support pillar. We estimated our pipeline, a pipeline representing over 1.3 billion euros of buildings renovation and construction projects. It is estimated that PEB Cool will help avoid 1.6 million tons of CO2 equivalent and improve the living conditions and climate resilience of at least 1 million people and create over 25,000 sustainable jobs. AFD is also welcoming the European Commission to the partnership as a new donor. The Commission will provide 30 million euros grants for PMED, a regional program for 7 countries of the southern Mediterranean region, which will start by the end of 2022. PMED will combine technical assistance with investment grants. So again here, the 2 pillars of actions for international cooperation and development finance institutions,
Manel, nous avons
meaning
peut-être
financial
une minute.
support and
Si
cooperation.
vous m'entendez, nous avons peut-être une minute avant la fin, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Oui.
We have a minute before we finish.
So the PMED will support both pillars, as I said, and it will help project owners overcome the initial financial barriers and lower the perception of risks and costs of investing in energy efficiency measures. This new partnership with international climate donors shows that strong international cooperation, combining financing with policy support and capacity building, is an effective and credible approach to boost decarbonation and resilience of the global built environment. And I stop there.
Merci Manel, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We are now about to switch to the role of the Global Building and Construction Alliance, the Global ABC. In how much, to what extent do you think you could further help member countries, companies and civil society to go even quicker on the right road, down the right road? We've seen some effects, we've seen some steps. We nearly have a building breakthrough. We hope to witness it next year. But how do you think your organization can support the move? Well, the first thing is all these stakeholders have to work together. That's why our organization has been created. But when talking about global ABC, we say global, and it's important. Nonetheless, it has to be implemented nationally, because a global organization cannot act on the field. We need a national level. We need to have at the local level, we need to have a clear vision as to what means should be gathered and used for the sector's transformation to be a success story. Our Global ABC has developed for that purpose some roadmaps, a roadmap model. Just one slide, if you may, if you don't mind me asking. This slide shows the integrated approach we are pushing forward for the industry to change efficiently and to go towards objectives being in line with the Paris Agreement. We now have created global roadmaps so that we get a global vision of the industry's transformation. We have 3 big roadmaps for the main regions. We are now bringing these roadmaps to the national level for the NDCs to integrate better the key actions of the industry as for the NDCs, and pushing forward the key priorities. The important thing in the process is you're creating, and we are creating local alliances. So we bring together all the stakeholders sitting around the same table to play the same part together with the local authorities. Then we identify a couple of priorities and we start working at putting in place the transformation, understanding faithfully in a relevant manner what is to be done. And that's all for me. I know we are running late. Indeed, should you want more bits of information, don't hesitate. Feel free to check our website. We also have a pavilion over there. It's the next building. There will be other events this afternoon with a closing, a farewell event. Feel invited. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers for being with us. Agnès Pannier-Runacher, Margaret Helmy, Isabelle Spiegel, Magali Anderson, Juré Yada. We are now about to switch to the adaptation bit.
Ok. Donc je veux bien demander au...
Right, so Karim Selouane, Mona Shabra Anand, Rajay Shafil, Stephanie Obadia from Construction 21. If you could join me on stage.
Stéphanie Obadia? Oui.
Stephanie Obadia as well. Feel invited to you. You're welcome to use the out of the mic.
On entend beaucoup mieux avec les écouteurs.
It's better to keep using the headsets. Regardless of the language you would like to listen to, you're always better off using the headsets because there are lots of noise around. Karim, you'll be in charge of the remote control. But before you take this cap, we would like to know more about the 10 points, the 10 resilience points when it comes to buildings. 3 minutes for 10 topics. It's quite short. It's a closed notice, but we have to stick to it. Okay, very quickly. A small focus. It has been mentioned by Jonathan before, but Global ABC has been working on adaptation to climate change a couple of years ago to overcome the pitfalls linked with losses and damages for housings. Collectively, together with members from the EABC Alliance, we've come up with 10 main objectives. 10 main principles when it comes to adaptation to climate change. We can write them, you can download them, by the way, from our website. There is the emergency to start working. There is the implementing of the stakeholders, financial and others. So there is the process implementing on the whole lifespan. There is the emergency to do both adaptation and mitigation, how to come up with free of charge data, especially for the poorest countries. It's about financial models, it's about working around the scale, the building scale, the neighborhood scale, the city scale, the country scale. There are the green solutions, the nature-based solution, the NBSs, to streamline biomaterials, the eco-conception, eco-design, and the population mobilizing, the fact about engaging local people. There are losses and damages, which is about how to modelize investments and financial sustainability so that real estate assets are not lost, and to work on a very local scale to be as close to the field, to the reality as it gets. For this alliance to be tangible, we have cooperated with the HQE International Alliance to co-create a referential names list that is to be aligned with the 10 main principles. You can find both documents and match them. You can see the operationality of the deliverables we've come up with during COP26 last year in Glasgow. To conclude, the E4C Alliance and you are also represented here. We have the Global ABC from the Adaptation Group. The important takeaway is these 10 principles are integrated and streamlined for the whole building lifespan, integrating from the design phase to the very end. And while decarbonizing all the project lifespan to the climate change trajectories, while streamlining the 10 principles. These principles are not a methodology. It's a real simple thing that you can streamline and use. Hence our will to send a call for action with a mapping of the returns, the experiences reports from all the world. You can see all the all our partners, World Bank, EFC, International Council Building from the United States of America. It's a partner of the AFD, the ADEM, very important partner as well, and the E4C agency.
J'espère que les traducteurs.
Thank you, Karim. I hope that the interpreters manage with the speed. You can always see the video, of course. All this information is available online, so you can go and dig for it. Now we're going to give the floor first to Madame Mona Anam, who's going to make a presentation. So you work for the Coalition for I'm sorry, it's not a Raja Shafin. You're going to make a presentation on the work that you do. We have 4C, is that right? Yes, thank you very much. I don't know if my slides... So yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this important side event. We are upstream and downstream of all this. So we've heard the representatives and the actors of construction works, of construction project. We heard Mr. Karim Souan. We are actually a center of support to these climate policies in Morocco and in Central Africa. We'll start with some recent figures. There's a new report of the World Bank that has been issued about the situation of Morocco, amongst others, faced to the bad impacts of the climate change. We're talking about $400 million per year. This is the average direct losses made by the floods. So when you know that Morocco has 3,500 kilometers of coast and 60% of cities are on the coast and 90% of the industry, it's huge. So you can understand that all this industry and all these cities are menaced by, endangered by the moving height of water in the sea. We also have problems with resources. It's been a year since our last rain, so this report estimates the loss in GDP that may go even 6.5 of our GDP because of the climate change. So now what you have to do is that in Morocco we have a new model for development at the horizon of 2050 that has been presented a few months ago, and that makes of resilience of the construction sector a new priority. So this is the new model for development for Morocco up till 35. So this report recommends to make the living sector, to make it in a state national framework, legal framework that promotes diversity and biodiversity, that also promotes the usage of public service and public transport, and to and of the connection made digital one for all the access to digital services to all the citizens. The 4C Morocco, it's a center that has been created just before COP27 in Paris. Its objective is to support the policies of fight against climate change in Morocco and in Africa. So our missions are the following ones. First of all, the capacity building of all national and African stakeholders in climate change, whether they are from private or public sectors, non-governmental and others. The support for NDCs, not only in Morocco, but also the NDCs of other African countries. The support of the mainstreaming of climate change in local and public policies. The support to the support design of the implementation of African climate policies platforms. We've already helped this transparency platform called MRV obligation from the Paris Agreement. So we allow the NDCs to have access to finances. And we work hugely on the youth empowerment, because we deeply believe in the capacity of the youth to change the world in which we live today. Just a few figures on our achievements. We can be proud today to have, in 3 years, we've trained 1,200 young African leaders. That's high-level training about, of course, climate changes, with 50% of whom were women, to encourage women to enter the market of the expertise in the climatic change domain, because in this area there is not a lot of women. So we also trained more than 700 local actors trained on mainstreaming of climate change in territorial planning and climate finance. We also supported several projects of the NDC of Morocco, and we are supporting now NDC projects of the Climate Commission of the Basin of Congo and Sahel to facilitate them the access to climate financing. We also supported, and we are very proud of it, the creation of 2 funds, climate funds in Africa. The first ones to be created in Africa, the Blue Fund for the Congo Basin and the Sahel Climate Fund, who are now the reality. Of course, we have also other results, but I will stop here. You have the slide in front of you, and I remain at your disposal in case of questions.
Many thanks, Ms. Shafil. To tell you the truth, we often think, and we think a lot about Morocco. We are right at the middle of the Sinai desert. We lack water, and even here during this conference, so we can imagine how it is and what it is to lack water on an everyday basis. We are going to work around it. That's one of the topics that are tackled, by the way, the situation of the most of the countries that are the most vulnerable from that point of view. Natural disasters now. I would like to hear you. You've been conducting lots of researches, building knowledge. It's about preparing countries and local communities to natural disasters. You come from Asia, don't you? Unfortunately, your region is very vulnerable to climate change consequences. These CDRI, what are the contributions of this Coalition for Natural Disasters Resilient Infrastructures? What can you do in order to push resilience forward by 2030? 2030 in terms of infrastructure is quite soon. It's the day after tomorrow, isn't it?
Mona Anand, I represent the... Is that better? I'll have to get rid of this. Thank you. Is this better? Yeah, thank you. So, thank you. I think that last comment was bang on. 2030 is just tomorrow. So, hello everyone. Mona Anand. I work for the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So we are shifting a bit here, you know, the gears are shifting a bit here, because we are now looking at resilience of infrastructure to natural disasters and climate change, and that's what I'm going to briefly share with you about. So the coalition that I represent is a coalition of 31 member countries and 8 organizations, including the UNDP, UNDRR, multilateral development banks and others. And the key point here is that infrastructure typically is designed for a shelf life of about at least 20 to 50 years, right? And the way we are experiencing disasters, whether they are triggered by climate change or triggered by geomorphological changes, they are actually impacting the investments that are being made. Can you believe it? There are reports that say that anything between $18 billion per year to $50 billion per year are being lost only to natural disasters, and this is direct economic cost of infrastructure losses, right? And the investments that are needed to go until 2050 are huge. We are looking at $80 trillion to be invested until 2050, right? And within our lifetime, The infrastructure that we will see by 2050 does not exist. About 50 to 75% of the infrastructure that we need until 2050 does not exist now. So it's a huge challenge that we are trying to deal with here. Now, at the CDRI, we undertake technical studies. We are looking at how airports can be made more resilient, how power sector infrastructure can be made more resilient. And all of this has shown us that there is a huge knowledge gap. There's a gap in understanding as to what resilience of infrastructure mean. What do system of systems mean, you know, in our infrastructure world? So we've undertaken a project called the Lexicon Project that is bringing together understanding for stakeholders to deal with this huge animal together. Another thing in terms of solutioning I want to flag to you is the CDRI Fellowship Program that is invested in promoting actionable solutions to some of the pressing problems of infrastructure being faced globally. And I'm very proud to share with you the third cohort call for application has just been announced last year. So please do visit our website and see if there are any people, you know, any of your colleagues who want to apply for that. The infrastructure for resilient island states is another initiative of CDRI that is working only with island states, the small island developing states. And it is geared towards providing technical assistance to these countries to get into a more resilient future from an infrastructure entry point. Now, this is futuristic. What can we do now? What we need now is what we call adaptive pathways that allow us to be agile, that allow us to be flexible, and to again move into a solutioning space. We've undertaken a technical conference last month and a special issue of a very reputed journal called the Sustainable and Resilient Infrastructure Journal with Taylor and Francis. Anyone familiar with them? They have a legacy of 150 years in scientific publishing. So this is a special issue that I would invite all the panelists to join me in launching today, if you don't mind. May I request you to pass this on? So this is an open access journal that's available to us. If all of us could please hold up these cards for pictures. Madam, if you don't mind holding it up. Yeah. So thank you very much for the opportunity to launch this journal at the right forum here, you know, with people representing the voice of science, you know, academia and private sector. So thank you very much. There's a short video, if you may allow me to, you know, give you a brief of what the journal is all about.
Infrastructure is considered resilient when it is disaster ready, able to provide the intended services to the end consumer even during crises, and recovers swiftly after a crisis brought by natural hazards or anthropogenic threats, without rebuilding the vulnerabilities of the past. This makes infrastructure systems highly complex, as they leverage interdependencies with other infrastructure systems as building blocks for resilience. Adding to this complexity is a growing uncertainty associated with infrastructure performance due to the changing environment. Climate change, dynamic geopolitical situations, fluctuating economic conditions, ongoing urban development, and changing human behaviours all result in a shifting landscape of evolving societal needs. Under these dynamic conditions, societies need to make long-term infrastructure investment decisions. Finding solutions that are both sustainable and resilient is a considerable challenge, and one that will likely be the focus of significant research in the coming years. Designers, engineers, scientists, economists, policy and decision makers must all transcend the boundaries of their core disciplines to find holistic and workable solutions to these uncertainties for achieving long-term resilience. Robust decision-making and dynamic planning processes are critical. Adaptive and integrated disaster resilience, and thus sustainability, is dependent on nations and communities designing and building resilience in a systematic and integrated manner that can adapt to rapidly changing environments. Institutional processes must be designed to function across scales and sectors to engage stakeholders, that promote social learning and optimise sustainability and resiliency. This special issue seeks to better understand how to integrate flexibility into infrastructure planning, design, as well as management for resiliency. Considering future states and dynamics, it aims to identify actions that can be implemented progressively for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable infrastructure, and to showcase continued progress and innovative implementation of adaptive pathways, ensuring optimal design for both physical and non-physical infrastructure systems. This special issue on adaptive pathways for resilient infrastructure was sponsored by the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, and edited by Dr. David Trejo, Editor-in-Chief, Sustainable and Resilient Infrastructure.
Félicitations. Félicitations.
Congratulations, Mr. Nan, for this report. Many thanks for your input and the work you've been doing inside your Global Alliance. Talking of which, talking about publications, sitting close to me, we have Stéphanie Obadia. She's the director. She's a Construction 21 director. It's an information network about the construction industry, strongly committed for sustainable and resilient building. We are reaching the end of the event. Can you be yes, I'll try to talk quickly. I have no flyers, by the way, sorry about that, but I'll do it next time. This is an information and a networking tool between city professionals and the sustainable development professionals. We have around 157 members. The scope is quite broad. We have architects, engineers, developers, students, professors. We are gathered around Construction 21 to share efficient solutions, things that are reproducible, that are cheap or accessible at least. It's about finding the right solutions, and that's what we're trying to do inside Construction 21, and that's the kind of input you can find on our website. We have lots of topics. We've just come up with a publication about employment, resilience, adaptation, decarbonisation, mitigation. These are key topics. It is important to communicate about them. This is a cooperative website. People are sharing their knowledge for us to go towards resilience and adaptation. The scale is broad, the scope is broad. It's about building, but it's also about cities and neighborhoods, because disconnecting building from the cities and the neighborhoods would be a bit too restrictive. So it's important to mutualize and to build bridges between the topics, having a global approach with the global actors. Information. All right, but having said that, it's also a networking place. It's important to meet. It's a table around which we meet, we gather. We build bridges, we organize cocktails. Feel invited on December 13th to come to our arena to join our event. We also have study visits and works visits in order to see and to hear from the horse's mouth how things work, and to see what kind of solutions we might find. It's a national network. It's a French one. Nonetheless, it has its international dimension. We have a platform in China, Morocco, Spain, Switzerland, and more. We have an international platform, the aim being to come up with not only French solutions, but international solutions. It's also about how to mix all these solutions and all the bits of information, creating the right mix, the right cocktail, with the various stakeholders from the various countries around water cycle, resilience, employment, or the building industry. Because if we are to come up with tangible and effective solutions, affordable ones, we have to keep working together. Construction 21 is also a communication advisor board, so should you need some pieces of advice when it comes to communication, feel free to get in touch. We also organize trophies awards, resilience awards. A couple of slides about it. There is the Natural Risk Commission. We went to Guadeloupe. You have a couple of examples, tangible examples, from right from Construction 21. It's just hors d'oeuvre, a foretaste of what we've been doing in Guadeloupe or in other islands, other countries, renovation, water management, and that will be my last sentence. I know I could keep on talking just that quickly for hours, but also this contest, Green Solutions Contest, is both national and international. It has been launched a month ago, and it will be finished in March. When it comes to it will be in Paris in June and in Dubai during next COP. The objective is to come up to show tangible solutions. The stakeholders publish their own solutions, their own researches. It's very exhaustive. There are many things, solutions, results. You can see here in Senegal, those are shells we've been using for cosmetics and other. Feel free to check our website, Construction 21. Feel invited, see our solutions and topics. Let me launch a national and international call for reproducible, effective solutions. The final thing that each building has to be connected with the inhabitants, with the citizens. It has to be conscious for it to work. The approach has to be collective, collaborative, and nature connected, of course. That's about it. See you soon. Post, subscribe, get in touch with us, and publish your case studies and case reports. Thank you. Many thanks, Stephanie. Many thanks to you, to Karim, to Stephanie, to all the speakers. We have to leave now because two persons are going to show up on stage in order to explain, not to wrap things up, to wrap this round table up and to explain what's going to be talked about later. Roland Runiker and Emmanuel de Lanversin, Director and Built Environment Director and Deputy Director, Ministry of Ecological Transition. I'll join you, if I may. 1 minute and a half for you. Closing remarks. Thank you. Thanks in advance.
Ça sera difficile, mais je voulais tout d'abord.
It will be difficult, but I would first of all really thank France for your leadership, as you say in English, for having organized this event today with the Building Spring. 15 countries have announced that they would join the Building Spring through. Why? It's because we are aware that since we've created GABC in 2015, the emissions have not been reduced in this sector. We are still about 80%, so we really need to have a systemic approach. We are too technical in the construction building sector. We, as WBC, we engage ourselves to work together with the buildings work through on the transformation of the market. How do we really going to transform it so we all reach the decarbonation, but the adaptation also. And for this we need to be more specific. We need to measure the emissions and the whole life cycle, and we need to put the carbon on the side of the costs with all this decision. So we engage ourselves to work on it with you, and I think that in the two coming years we can really make great changes. Thank you. I'll be very quickly because we've absolutely exploded the timing to talk about future. I would like to, I hope to see at COP28 we renew this experience, but earlier on a meeting that the minister has announced in Paris with all the ministers of the building sector. That's something absolutely new. It's never been done before, but also with our partners from the economy sector that are indispensable in the world of construction. So join the breakthrough and come to the meeting that we'll organize next year. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I am sorry because we've been longer than planned, but so much contact and so much ideas, excellent ideas. So I'm saying I'll see you in COP28, but don't lose a single day by then. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, can you try to grab the mic and see if it works? Okay.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
it works.
Yes.
I don't know who says when we can start. Should we go? Okay. Hello to you all. I am Adrien Abekassi, the Chief Policy Officer of the Paris Peace Forum. I'm very happy to moderate this session with a wonderful project that has been selected by the Paris Peace Forum and that will explore forward, and with Nisrim El-Saim also, who join us. Maybe let me say a word about what the Paris Peace Forum is. The Paris Peace Forum is a platform that has been created a couple of years ago that aim to seek a concrete solution to global governance problem, gathering a variety of actors from different backgrounds. And so we do that in a multi-stakeholder way. We have a major annual event that just happened last week in November, and we all year long we incubate initiative, and we are boosting our project. And each year, teams who are leading concrete solutions to global challenges are invited to the Paris Peace Forum, and they are all projects who have achieved substantial results, and they stand out by their multi-actor dimension, their capacity to create a sustainable change in the world. So you're a representative of this project, and I thank you for being here. Let me introduce you. So Maria, you are the administrative director of Mandy and mobilizer of Young Voices from Amazon to the Planet. Giovanna, you're from the Igarope Institute, a policy advisor, which is, you explain what is Igarope to us, one of the major foundations in Brazil. Jacqueline, you're principal consultant for environment system. Vittoria, you are the executive director of Mayor's Migration Council. And Nisrim, you are a chair of the UN Secretary General Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. So thank you all for being here. The climate emergency requires the cooperation of all beyond great power competition, beyond state prerogative. The UN, of course, is the cornerstone of climate action, and we are here in the UNFCCC for a COP for a reason. But non-state actors have a crucial role in getting the ball rolling. We know all the latest figures of the UNEP and the IAE report. I won't go over it again, but we know that we're not on track to meet the goal that the Paris Agreement goals. The long-term pledge, if the NDCs are realized, would be about halfway on track. If the net zero pledge toward 2050 are realized, will be a little below 2 degrees, but they are long-term pledge, and so there's a real question of implementation and accountability that arise now from this pledge that has been made. And that's where new coalitions of actors has an extremely important role to play, to keep the pressure, to be sure that accountability is here. So I would love to hear you about your project, what you're doing locally, globally, and what the solution you provide. Can I start with Giovanna? With you. So since the Paris Agreement, the multi-stakeholder approach has flourished in the climate field, and now it's an habit to integrate more and more actors. So you maybe you can tell us what is the Groupe Institute, what is your work on climate, and why, from your point of view, it is so important to make room for non-state actors to accelerate climate action.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So by the way of introduction, the Groupe Institute is an independent think and do tank based in Brazil, but with global operations, and we work in the areas of public, climate and digital security and its consequences for democracy. So our goal is to propose solutions and partnerships for global challenges through research, new technologies, communications, and influence on public policy. So we work with governments, other civil society actors, and also the private sector towards that. So I think what's happening today is that we are going through a triple planetary crisis, as the UN Secretary General speaks a lot about. We have not only climate, but we also have biodiversity loss and pollution. And the climate crisis is an emergency. It's like the mother of all crises. So it demands a multi-stakeholder approach. So I think not only countries need to increase the ambition and commitments to reduce emissions and to be nature positive, but also companies need to raise the standards, have metrics from reducing our emissions to tracing supply chains. And civil society needs to support with robust evidence and setting the pace to make sure we meet, hopefully, the 1.5 target and others that are still to come. For example, we have the upcoming biodiversity COP15 in Montreal in December that is supposed to agree on the post-2020 framework. So this is very important for biodiversity for the next decade. So civil society role is not only crucial when we are talking about negotiations, but also when we are talking about implementation, because it's, in the end of the day, it's civil society that keeps the pressure, the pace, and accountability of not only government, but also the private sector. So I think to accelerate climate action, we need a new kind of multilateralism, one that is more inclusive, in the sense that non-state actors are included, also effective in the sense that it delivers, and also network in the sense that institutions are connected. And I think this is in line with what the UN Secretary General proposed in the Common Agenda, which we were involved in the process, that helped to inform the report. And it was very interesting because it involved not only all sectors, but also all regions. And now we have the privilege, the president of my organizations, she's sitting at the high-level advisory board on effective multilateralism and co-leading the climate governance group. So this is to say that we need to make sure that we not only have both proposals, but also we are creating the space to implement them. So, and it's, as I mentioned before, it's crucial for non-state actors to nudge governments in the right direction. So to conclude, I think there is still a huge appetite out there for multilateral solutions, and the multi-stakeholder approach is our only option to address global challenges, particularly when it comes to climate action.
Thank you, Giovanna. So Vittoria, you are running the
Mayor's Migration Council.
Yes, the Mayor's Migration Council, sorry. Can you explain to us the relevances of discussion we had to the local reality of mayors, and are there conflicting understanding or interest that you have identified?
Of course. So the Mayors Migration Council is a coalition of mayors from all over the world. And it was actually founded a few years ago when member states, in the same way that they previously have negotiated the Paris Agreement, were negotiating the Global Compact on Migration, which is basically our Paris Agreement, but for migration. At that point in time, mayors felt that national governments were really not taking into account their perspectives, their consideration, despite them being very much on the front line of the issue. So they created the Mayors Migration Council almost as a diplomatic unit to help them influence these conversations, understand the political intricacies, and then influence outcomes, which include money. Fast forward, and climate-related migration really became an issue that our mayors really prioritized in what we're doing. Because this type of movement and mobility, which is mostly internal to countries, short distance, rural to urban, is really becoming the new normal. And most of these journeys are leading to cities, through cities, from cities. This is true for African cities like Freetown in Sierra Leone, which might see the population increase the double just in 10 years. Or Latin American cities. For example, we just issued a study with Columbia University that shows that climate alone could push 10 million people to Mexican and Central American cities if nothing is done by 2050. And that's just climate without considering other factors why people move. Or Asia, where in Dhaka North, the mayor is welcoming 2,000 people every day pushed around the region because of climate. And again, while this movement is mostly internal and is really concentrated in Africa, Asia, Latin America, it's a global issue with global implication. I was just at the Paris Peace Forum a few days ago with the mayor of Milan because we were recognized as a scale-up project, and he was telling me that he just saw this study that says that most migrants that came to Italy in 2021 are from countries that are hit very hard by the climate crisis, from Bangladesh to Egypt and all in between. So why are we here? Our mayors really teamed up, and built this task force on climate and migration to really influence conversations here at COP on how to drive more resources to cities so they can help more people affected by the climate crisis. Cities are really leading by doing. I'll just use the same examples. The mayor of Freetown is planting trees to really contain mudslides so people are safe and don't need to move within the boundaries of the city. We have the mayor of Milan who is creating 50,000 jobs, green jobs, and making sure that these jobs get to migrants, refugees, and that they're not excluded in the climate transition, because too often these great innovations take place and they exclude the most marginalized people in the city. Or we have Paris, where Mayor Hidalgo, who I also met, is working with the UN Migration Agency, IOM, to really map out movements in and from the city so that she can have more informed policy making. I know you're doing maps. Mayors love maps. So this to say that mayors are leading by doing, but they need more resources. While national governments are here speaking about climate migration, mayors are building evidence on how to deal with it. And that's why we launched a Global Cities Fund for migrants, refugees, to really help get more resources to more cities so they can help more people. I can tell you more about the fund later. I want to give space to others to talk.
Thank you. I want to touch on the role of the youth movement now. And Mariana and Nisreen, you're both outstanding representative of youth participation in climate action. I'd like to ask you, what do you think this movement play both on the ground and in the negotiation process, in the decision-making process? If it's effective? What barriers do you see remaining? How can they be overcome? And perhaps you can say a word or so on what you are doing in the preservation of the Amazon forest, Marina, and in the conservation of Sudan's natural resources, Nisrin.
Okay, thank you. So I'm coming from Belém. It's one of the capitals of Amazonia in Brazil. And we see a diverse youth there. So there are different roles that we can play. Also, besides the mobilization we do on the ground, we've been working very hard to build an articulations with other organizations and the government. So we know that Amazonia has been on the spotlight recently, but one of the things that our people have been discussing is that we need to be on the table of the discussion. Planning, doing the strategies, not just being the target of our policies. So here in COP27, we mobilized more than 10 organizations from Amazon, youth from Amazon, to request for the consortium that is made by the government of the states that own Amazon in Brazil, to request a forum where the youth can decide what to do with the money. Because we know that we've been asking the fund to pause the deforestation and to build alternatives, but we need to discuss what we want, because we believe that the youth there is the present and the future of the region. So we can't be just waiting to see what happens and the government decide by themselves. So I think we've been doing a great job because we delivered this letter to the government of the state of Pará. And we've been sharing the press release and everything. And about the deforestation, I think in Amazon, we didn't have any progress. Actually, it was the opposite of us. And on these last 4 years, we had an increase of 70% of deforestation. So, and also an increase of the murder of indigenous leaders and the land protectors. So it's been hard, and especially by these people that's on the front of the territory. But we've been fighting, and we're gonna continue to do the work.
Thank you. I guess the work of young people is not very much different than the work of the others. I mean, we are a age category, but of course we work with others to actually make a difference. We did a study in Sudan just to reflect on what I heard earlier, and the study was targeting 7,000 young Sudanese, and 48% of them said that they will actually cross the Mediterranean illegally, even if they know there is 90% chance they will die. And we took this study to the EU Commission in Sudan, and they said, oh my God, this is a migration catastrophe. We need to work more in securing the borders, etc., etc. And I told them, no, this is not a migration catastrophe. This is a mental health crisis. These people are suicidal. I mean, I will not do something if I know that there's 90% I will not make it to the other side. And it shows how much desperate young people are, especially in the areas that was very much hit by the climate change. This is the first time about the migrants mayors, and I think this is a great idea because really a lot of areas, but now not only a lot of areas, even more will be climate migrants, and there is no definition for climate migration until now. All of the agencies, even the UN agencies, doesn't have an exact definition or category for climate migrants. And I think if we did not really stay within the 1.5, we will have a lot more climate migrants, especially with the small island states that will be underwater. And for me, political migrants can actually, or the political refugees, let me say, political refugees may be able to go back to their countries when the political situation change, but the climate refugees will never be able to, because they will not have a land, especially the small island state, they will not have a place to go back to. It will be under the water. So I think talking about migration of the broader perspective, also including the refugees in it, is very important. But also talking about the actual political refugees who are coming from a conflict, but these conflicts are based on natural resources, based conflicts based on migration, also in internal or outside, when there's a clashes between the host community and the people who moved. And I think the connection between climate change and its relationship to peace and security is something that we all should consider, because very soon climate change will be the root cause of every conflict around the world.
Thank you, Nesrine. Can I ask you just a question about the Secretary General Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change? Can you explain what it is in a few words? What are your priorities? And perhaps can I ask you what is your assessment on this COP so far, since you've also involved in the negotiation process?
Yes, thank you. So the Youth Advisory Group is an idea that young people asked the Secretary General in the first ever Climate Youth Summit. It was in New York in 2019. And it was on the sideline of the General Assembly that year before COVID. And the young people asked the Secretary General to be able to be closer to him and have a direct relationship with the Secretary General somehow, especially in the matter of climate change. So the idea of the Youth Advisory Group came from that point where the Secretary General and his team said, okay, we will have this Youth Advisory Group to be the bridge or the link between the Secretary General and young people and the opposite. Our main agenda is to advise the Secretary General, of course, on climate change, on his climate priority plan. He have an every year climate priority plan. But our hidden agenda also is to make UN in general more friendly to young people. There's a lot of problems with UN unpaid internships, underestimating the youth powers and the youth professionalism. There's a lot of problems within the UN system itself. So this was our hidden agenda. Of course, making the world more proactive towards not only the climate change, but the youth inclusion, because we still have big gaps between young people and the rest of the population, especially the decision makers, the mayors, for example, the head of states. There is still a huge gap between them. Well, my take on the negotiation is, well, first of all, everyone needs to understand that the COP and the negotiation is a process. It's taking longer than it should. We should admit, but also one of the other issues, we don't have benchmarks. So everyone can say this COP is a failure or this COP is a success. On which base you said this COP is a failure? On which base did you say this COP is a success? No one have like exact benchmarks. We have clear text already in some agenda items, and some agenda items are waiting for the ministerial meeting today and tomorrow. And even if we have a clear text after the ministerial meetings, how can you say this is a success or this is a failure? It's very personal assessment. There is no actual criteria or benchmarks or how can I say it, parameters of a success of a COP or not. And that's why this question might be a bit tricky, but what I can say is we have priorities, and these priorities is enabling more finance, enabling more adaptation, enabling the countries who are more vulnerable and most vulnerable to actually access this finance and finance their adaptation plans. And if we did not have this in this COP or in any other COP, then this is a failure. This is my own benchmark, for example. But some people, different people will have different opinion about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nesrine. Jacqueline, turn to you. So you're a representative of the private sector. Can you tell us what type of value can the private sector bring into this talk on climate action?
Thank you. So sort of by way of introduction, yes, we're representing the private sector. Our company is called Environment Systems. And we had a nice introduction from Vittoria. We love maps. So we're a data company. We work with governments, we work with industry worldwide to better manage our environment and to support sustainable agriculture. And so we're really we're a team of environmental and data scientists and software developers. So in terms of value, I think the private sector brings know-how, but also it brings an enormous capacity to drive emissions reductions globally, just through the sheer scale of the size of the private sector. If they act to, they pledge to make emissions reductions and they act to make those emissions reductions, that's going to be a huge contribution. So when we look at something like the Race to Zero campaign, that's showing the scale of commitment and that's growing. So these are non-state real economy actors who are pledging to reach net zero by 2050. When I looked the other day, there are 8,000 companies, 600 financial institutions, and over 1,000 educational institutions. Some of those organizations are going to be working with their suppliers, so they also have the ability to influence attitudinal and behavioral change beyond their own company, for example, through Scope 3 emissions. So there's the capacity for companies to sort of build sustainability as a consideration into their supply chains too. In terms of using satellite data to engage individuals and drive policy.
That's what you do actually. You're using satellite data to try to drive policy change, right?
We do that, yes.
So how do you do that?
Okay, so I'll probably walk you through a bit of an example to show you. So first of all, why do we need the data in the first place? So climate action accelerates when we have the evidence to act. It becomes more compelling when we have that evidence, but we also need to have the solutions and we need to understand the risks before we act. So policy sets out targets and strategies for action. I'm going to use the example of natural capital strategies because they're being developed by national and at local levels to address biodiversity loss and to build resilience to climate change. But they have data gaps. There's information that isn't available to formulate that policy without further information to drive the policy. And that's where the satellite data comes in. Because we can derive robust evidence from satellite data. We can map the stock and the condition and the location of natural capital. Economists can value that. We can assess risk because we can model the long-term impacts of climate change on existing natural capital. And we can locate the best places and the types of land management change that are needed to meet policy objectives. And because satellites continually pass, we can monitor. We can monitor and provide information to update policy. To date, natural capital has been underestimated in its value by policymakers because there are hidden values in natural capital that are not seen. So having the data to present those to people enhances their value in decision making. So wetlands and forests, for example, we know they provide natural flood management, they improve water quality, they store carbon, they support biodiversity. We're all starting to value these things and get those values into policy. We do this by mapping ecosystem services because this shows where land is functioning well and where it's not. Where it's not are the locations where there are environmental intervention, where there are environmental issues, and of course policy needs to be designed to intervene in these areas. All of that means there is evidence to make the case for investment, and that's what's really important, is making that business case to act. It means policies can set realistic and deliverable targets because they know the resources that they're working with and the potential for change. And it means we can actually look at the most effective places to target interventions like agroforestry, nature recovery networks, and regenerative agriculture. So, put together, this helps overcome both environmental issues and build climate resilience at the same time.
Thank you, Jacqueline. That's fascinating, using technology to gather the data and create pressure on policymakers to achieve results. That's Nesrine, I know that you need to go in about 10 minutes, so if I can ask you another question after I go back to the other. So we've been talking about you all come from different backgrounds, you all have different projects, and you are working in the same direction. Given what you've done so far, both at the UN, on the ground, and so on, what would be your 2 pieces of advice for how to better foster inclusive collaboration toward this common goal of tackling the climate emergency?
I think communication is something very important, and it's missing in a lot of cases. For example, if not of this session, I will not know of the work of these amazing ladies, and it's something that we really need in a lot of areas. For example, the message from the Amazon Youth Voices, for example, is something that if I will never heard of if I'm not here. The Council of Mayors of the Migrants also, and also the mapping system that Jackie is working on. I think communication among ourselves is very important to, first of all, share the good practices so we can do it. So, for example, by listening to her, I am thinking now of doing similar idea, because we cannot bring everyone to COP, but we can bring their voices at least with something like this. And for example, also the interaction with a lot of institutes like the Paris Peace Forum itself is something that we can, if not this session, I will not know you, for example, Adrian. So I think communicating among ourselves and sharing the not only the good practices but also the failures that we had, so we can avoid repeating them, is something really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I turn to Victoria to continue on this thread? Which lesson have you learned from your work with the mayor on ways to build consensus in a world that is increasingly divided and competitive, I guess, even between cities and mayor? You also sometimes enter the political field, I guess, when you're talking with the mayor, that also have their election in mind. So how can we reconcile all these different interests at different level, from the international, national, local level, to try to build a consensus and move forward?
Thank you for your question. So there are a lot of city networks out there, a lot of mayoral networks, and they're all our friends, and we work very closely with them. Most of them, they tend to work horizontally, so integrating cities with cities and making sure that they share good practices and lessons learned, and that's really great. But the Mayors Migration Council functions more vertically. For us, it's very important to make sure that the mayors are connected with the refugee and migrant leaders, with the youth, with the different groups that make part of their own society, but then upwards, that they actually are connected with the national governments that hold so much power, that influence their day-to-day decisions. At the same time, we bring them to all of these UN conferences, to the UN Secretary General, to the President of the General Assembly, etc., because the multilateral level makes a lot of sense for certain issues that mayors deal with. So that's definitely our motive of existence. But things that I'm learning or that I'm observing is that, first, definitions. You mentioned, Nisreen, definitions, and they make a lot of sense, evidently, with different agencies. Different UN agencies really care about the different definitions. Whether that's climate refugees, or which doesn't exist yet, but whether you're a migrant, an IDP, a refugee, an asylum seeker. And for mayors, those definitions actually create a lot of problems, because they tend not to like labels. They like to actually, they don't really care whether you're a migrant or an asylum seeker or a refugee once you're on the ground. What matters is that you're a resident that lives within the boundaries and you are taken care of. And so a lot of the services that they try to prioritize are services that actually do not ask for a person for their migration status, so they can actually access. So definition is something that is important, and while we're trying to tap into these multilateral systems using their own language, sometimes for us it's a bit difficult. And it would be very interesting if we could have a bit of a reciprocity there. Second, transnational partnerships. Sometimes two cities in two different countries have more in common than cities within the same country. So now we have mayors in Europe and mayors in Africa working together on transnational partnerships to make sure that their migrant populations have pathways that go beyond their national barriers. And this, I wasn't meant to bring this example, but Nisreen, you made me think about it because you were saying how young migrants are willing to risk their lives in order to move. And in most cases, at least from what I heard from the mayors, that's because they do not have bright futures where they are. But if they had bright futures, they would probably stay where they are, because what we're learning is that most people don't want to move. And so the mayor of Freetown is working with the mayor of Milan to create safe pathways of job creation and skilling, because for them it's important to make sure that the youth is skilled but then can come back to be able to work. And so transnational partnerships in this way sometimes work better than EU-Africa relations. And so multilateral level has a lot to learn there. And finally, I wanted to talk about finance. Finance is a major vertical integrator. In order for cities to accelerate global goals on migration, they need to have the money to implement projects at scale. And so that's why we created this Global Cities Fund for Migrants and Refugees that really helps private investors, private donors invest in cities so they can actually bypass the international system. But at the end of the day, what we want to do is to change the way that international money is distributed to cities. And that's why it's important that we create vertical integration with these green climate funds and these big instruments, the loss and damage facility, all of these things that are being discussed today. It's important that they include cities as possible beneficiaries or at least implementation partners.
Thank you very much. It's fascinating. I think that the example you just gave illustrates very well the point that the complementarity between the high-level negotiation, like what we are having here, and what happened on the ground, the kind of concrete solution that can have an impact, that is an impact now, that is real, and that really helps people. And really this multi-level and multi-actor partnership, I think, is a really crucial part of the climate action. Thank you. Can I turn to you, Giovanna and Mariana, also on the thread of how to continue at a different level and in every context? Because you are both working in Brazil, so you've been working for the last year in shrinking civic space that might not have been always easy for civil society organizations. So now that there is a light at the end of this tunnel, what have you learned in how to continue to work, sometimes despite the politics, and how to continue to have actions and to have impact?
Thank you. This is a very important question. So during the last 4 years, we learned that the closure of civic space happens fast. And when we realize the channels of communication, they are shut down, and you lose all the possibility to help improving public policy and make governments accountable. So during the last years, we created a typology to monitor the extent of the closure of civic space. For example, just to give you an example, fake news and disinformation campaigns. And we also issued quarterly reports on main actions taken by state representatives against civic space, and also mapped how institutions and civil society were resisting. From what we saw, we doubled down our efforts to push back on several fronts. For example, we worked to strengthen and broader coalitions for defending the public good and informed public policy, including the private sector. We also worked to foster civic action, protect and support civil society actors. We also engaged in the debate about the role that the internet and new technologies should play in promoting democratic fair play. We also partnered with national and international independent media and the international community to shed light on that. Sorry. And we also helped to build bridges and work across sectors and disciplines to bridge silos and also geographic and political divides. So we truly expect to go back to the table when the next government takes office on January 1st. But we are also aware of the dimension of the challenge and the damage that was caused. So it won't be simple, and it will take time to reestablish the democratic dialogue, to construct an informed participation. But you know, it has to be now, and it's more needed than ever.
So I think I've learned with indigenous and black people that they've been resistant in our country since the colonization started. So it's our only possibility to continue to be together. I guess the last 4 years made us to be stronger than ever because there was not other option. So I think like this manifesto, Young Voice from Amazon to the Planet, that was made for more than almost 50 organizations from the entire Amazon, was made in these scenarios when everything was worse than ever. So we also made in my city a network with young women to improve the climate policies. And we are not going to stop just because the government is changing. Like, we had a meeting with President Lula in this morning with all the civil society that was there. And we are talking that we need to rebuild the country. And we will criticize when it's necessary, of course, but we want to be part of this. And we are keeping together. The civil society will keep together with all the movements that wants to preserve their human rights and to build the climate justice.
Thank you. Positive collaboration, and when it's needed, some kind of confrontation to achieve the results. Thank you, Nisrin. Jacqueline, can I turn to you on this idea of breaking silos, and what did you learn from your experience to help break silos between entrepreneurs, as you are, governments, and more grassroots environmental actors?
So primarily that partnership is essential, and that bringing partners together for conversations and for working together is a great way to break silos. Because we were bringing something new, we were bringing technology into the conversation about common issues that affect both grassroots actors and governments who are responsible for what's happening in landscapes. It didn't take long to realize that everybody was facing the same problems, and that really helped with breaking down solutions, because we could concentrate on what those solutions were. Did what we were doing represent well the real world as far as grassroots actors are involved in terms of their landscapes and the solutions that we were looking at and the places we were identifying to take action. So that partnership is incredibly important. I think underpinning that, training and support. So we have the know-how, but actually we can share that and that's really important so that there are local legacy of, because a lot of the data is open source data. A lot of the data belongs to the governments of the countries, and in this case, say in Colombia, where we were working. So to encourage the use of that data and to use open source software for doing mapping and training our partners in how to use mapping software to create and use the types of data that are available to them. We also did deep learning, so we had 3 PhD students come over from Colombia to the UK to study fully funded for their PhDs in remote sensing. So adding in that dimension of sort of very deep learning to just as much communication as possible about the value of data, about the value of data sets that exist and how they can be used locally.
Sorry, do you, so you also work with the scientific community, not only, I guess, do you work, or would you say that you would work differently with the scientific community than with a policymaker and with civil society organization, or it's overall the same process? We have to share information, we have to align the goals, or are there specificities between community that you're dealing with?
So we, so basically we create the data and then we have the conversations about how that data can be used, and it will be used in different ways by different actors. So grassroots organizations may be very interested in the specific locations where we're looking for implementing solutions. So they want to go out and look for themselves at those locations and then use the data in that way. Whereas a regional government may be very interested in planning. So they're interested in the whole story and what that means for future planning for their policy.
Thank you. Are there questions from the audience? Or I would have a lot of other questions for you, but I know that we have to wrap up it in a few minutes. Perhaps can you tell us what are you, in a few sentences, what are your plans moving forward? In which direction would you like to take your initiative in the next few years? If we meet again here in 5 years, so you'll still be an alumni of the Paris Peace Forum project, and you would have grow to where in 5 years? Where will you be?
Do you want me to start and pass the microphone on? Yeah. Okay. So for us, we're particularly interested on looking at the impacts of climate change on crops and on natural habitats and tree species. So we're modeling the effects of that to see what that means for food security, for designing robust nature-based solutions projects and so on.
So our Paris Peace Forum project is the Global Cities Fund for Migrants and Refugees. As I said, it's a fund that grew very quickly from 1 million to 8 million, and that was very much thanks to the Scale Up Committee. We now have a pipeline of more than 25 cities that benefit from the fund. My vision is really to bring this fund to 50 million and at least 50 cities, so going deep in the type of investments that we can make and perhaps doing it multi-annual so our impact can be wider. I'm sure we can do it because when we started with PPF, we had 5 cities, and we set ourselves the goal of fundraising for 22 cities by the end of 22, and we far exceeded that goal. We are still in shock, so I don't know what else the future brings. That's a drop in the bucket. So we're here also to ask the international community to fill the 100 billion a year promise for climate finance and really invest in more urban adaptation to help more cities, help more people.
I think I would like to see the deforestation decrease like everything. And maybe we building more conscious and participatory spaces so we can build policies and we can discuss it and to have this communication between sectors, like our friend said. So, because the solution will not come just for one people, or, and I think we need to build this together. So, yeah.
Okay, so from Igarapan, our plan is to ramp up our work across the issues. As I said before, we work on public, climate, and digital security and the consequences for democracy, and through solutions, partnerships, and also data. So, for example, we are also working in the Amazon Basin, and one of the pillars is about, we'll be launching in COP15 a dashboard to also help the private sector and investors to navigate the territory, because we also need to bring that dimension. And you know, we want to consolidate and expand our global work in the next few years.
Thank you. I think it's time to wrap up. So thank you very much for your participation and all your insights. I think that if I have one takeaway of this discussion is that innovation and impact can come from everywhere. And you showcase what is impact on the initiative and the project you are doing, and that we can bring change to the world at every level. I encourage the audience to engage with you, to engage with the other project leaders of the Paris Peace Forum that can be found on the Paris Peace Forum website, and to follow us on the social media and other. And I hope to see you next year, perhaps. Thank you very much.
And we will address together a major issue really for the future, and it is how does climate change affect the risks for the next pandemics? We already experienced COVID-19 with its devastating effects, and we know that we are threatened by zoonotic risks, and in fact climate change may exacerbate those risks. We will review what we know about this and address the responses. And this is part of an effort we are organizing with my colleagues from IRD and CIRAD to launch an international initiative on this theme. And this initiative was started at the time of the One Planet Summit on Biodiversity in January 2021. So first we will have an opening and an introduction to this PREZODE initiative by Corinne Brunon-Meunier, Deputy Director General of the French Institute for Development, IRD. Then I will address briefly these interactions between climate change and zoonotic diseases. And I will hand it to Benjamin Sultan, Senior Scientist at IRD, who will provide us with examples of those interactions and of the risks of emergence of diseases, especially in Africa. We will then conclude this first part with Dr. Marisa Paix, who is an epidemiologist specialized with the evaluation of surveillance and control programs in animal health and One Health at CIRAD in Montpellier. And she will tell us how we can co-design options with stakeholders and local communities to find appropriate responses and surveillance systems. At the end of this first part, we will open for a few questions. So let me welcome our first panelist, Corinne Brunon-Meunier. The floor is yours.
I'm very pleased to be with all of you this afternoon, and also to be able to introduce as briefly as possible this side event. And I do it on behalf of CIRAD, INRAE, and IRD, the three organizations which led the PREZODE initiative, standing for Prevention of Zoonotic Disease Emergence. As you have said, less than 2 years ago, after the launch of the initiative at the One Planet Summit in January 2021, PREZODE can be proud of creating a worldwide network of nearly 180 members. It is now a large community of 50 countries and more than 160 universities and research institutes, NGOs, foundations, and international organizations from Africa, America, and Asia, and Europe. PREZODE was born out of a finding strongly emphasized by the COVID-19 crisis. In order to avoid pandemics, it is really crucial and cost-effective to invest in prevention through, first, anticipation and prevention of emerging risks, and second, through early detection and rapid reaction. Achieving these objectives requires robust and simple indicators in order to quantify the risk of zoonotic disease emergence. This is why the International Expert Working Group was launched with the World Health Organization and PREZODE. I'm sure that you will have the opportunity to talk more in detail about this. By developing these critical indicators, this international working group developed tools for national and international health authorities in order to implement their prevention strategy. PREZODE was developed and designed to complement and support other One Health initiatives. However, I want to stress one fact. PREZODE's original approach lies really in its co-construction for and with local stakeholders and population. So far, we have involved all of our partners in several countries in the South to build PREZODE with them, including strategic agenda and the overall governance of PREZODE. These benchmarks were approved by the First General Assembly on October 11th of this year. It was a success, and this success rewards the hard work that the whole team and our partners have achieved, and I really like to thank them warmly here today. In conclusion, I believe that we need to strengthen our efforts to maintain and expand the political momentum and the current financial support in order really to translate PREZODE principles into science and, above all, in transformative actions on the field. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Corinne, for this introduction and for setting up the scene. Yeah, you can applaud. So we will now carry on, and we will really enter into those interactions between climate change and those One Health risks, the risk of emergence. So let me say that One Health is an integrative cross-disciplinary approach that brings together policies and research at the human-animal-environment health interface. However, in that triad, environment has often been overlooked. We can say that more is now needed to understand communicable diseases such as zoonoses and diseases with antimicrobial resistant pathogens and unsafe food. When we think about the rising temperatures, they may stimulate the rate of reproduction of pathogens and vectors. They may also increase the foodborne infections. So climate change and rising temperatures lead to the spread of zoonotic hosts and vectors, increasing the human population that is exposed to vector-borne diseases. Global warming has in fact a direct impact on the geographic distribution of biodiversity, including the wildlife species that are reservoirs for viruses and other pathogens, but also for the vector species like the insects that are vectors for some of the zoonotic diseases. For instance, the spread of the West Nile virus has increased, and we have seen also the establishment of new vector species in Europe. Especially in France, we have seen a lot of the tiger mosquito and some new tick species, and this is really clearly linked to global warming. And it's not only climate change, it's the interaction between climate change, land use change, and biodiversity loss. When we think about land use change, it causes ecosystem fragmentations, enhances contacts with natural areas and wildlife, and we have habitat degradation through agriculture, urbanization, deforestation, that cause proliferation of some species that are better adapted to humans and live in closer contact with them. We also see that increased environmental stress may impair the wildlife immunity, causing shedding of the pathogens to the environment and infection of other individuals, including humans. As you know, in several cases, we have seen new emerging diseases that were connected to deforestation. This is the case from Ebola, and Ebola happened because of spillover to humans through deforestation and contacts with previously geographically isolated wildlife. And we know that contacts with wildlife are also strongly increased by wildlife trade, and Stephen Craig will address this with us. Biodiversity decline is also linked to increased prevalence and risk of zoonotic diseases, since it may compromise the so-called dilution effect that often reduces pathogen spread and infection rates in humans. So globally, land use change as well as wildlife hunting and trade are major causes of biodiversity loss that are also central drivers of transmission of the zoonotic pathogens to humans. So we know that there are about 10,000 virus species that have the ability to infect humans, but are at present, in a vast majority, circulating silently in wild mammals. However, changes in climate and land use will lead to opportunities for viral sharing among previously geographically isolated species of wildlife. Someone said we are heating and steering the global viral soup. In some cases, this will facilitate the zoonotic spillover, which is a link between disease emergence and global environmental change. And in a recent paper in Nature by Carlson et al., it was shown for a range of scenarios for climate change and land use change by 2070 that there will be 7,000 new combinations of host species, especially at high elevation in biodiversity hotspots and in areas of high human population density in Asia and in Africa. This would result not only in new cross-species transmission, but also in spillover to livestock and humans. In fact, bats are with a very high dispersal ability, and they account for the majority of the novel viral sharing. And unfortunately, this is projected to happen even if we can contain the global warming to 2 degrees Celsius. So there are obviously some other examples. I'll try to keep this short. For instance, there are large changes in the livestock and in the animal mobility, and this is because drylands respond to interannual climatic variability, to rainfall pulses. We know of the acceleration of desertification by climate change. This pushes pastoralists at the brink of survival given large mortality of the herds, and this also affects the risks from this increased animal mobility to lead to increased spread of zoonotic diseases. So we will hear from Hong at INRAE about those risks. So in summary, anthropogenic stressors such as land use change, biodiversity decline, climate change, and environmental pollution cause the risks from animal-mediated diseases. And in the next talk, Benjamin will show us some striking examples. So we will then hear about the efforts to restore the habitats through nature-based solutions and how this can be incorporated in One Health strategies. So awareness raising, co-construction is part really of the PREZODE agenda, as Marisa will tell us. So now I hand it to Benjamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-François. Good afternoon, everyone. Do we have the slides I've prepared? Thank you so much. So as Jean-François said, climate change can have multiple impacts on emerging diseases. And next slide, please. Thank you. And these impacts of climate change could include both slow onset events, such as increasing temperature, rising sea level, and also extreme weather events, which may both be a threat for health. And slow onset events refer to the risk and impacts associated with very slow events such as loss of biodiversity, land and forest degradation, and it could alter habitat conditions and driving organism migration to higher latitudes and to different altitudes. And it may interfere with the natural control of wildlife population and cause outbursts of disease vectors or host species. And for instance, you have rising temperature that have been implicated in the emergence and spread of tick-borne encephalitis in several European countries. And rising temperatures accelerate also the population growth of different vectors and pathogens. The last IPCC report concluded with high confidence that climate change has already affected the transmission of vector-borne pathogens, such as dengue, chikungunya, Zika, and West Nile viruses. And climate-sensitive vector-borne disease risks are projected to increase under all levels of warming without additional adaptation. And in particular, dengue risk will increase with longer seasons and wider geographic distribution in Asia, also in Europe, in Central, South America, and Sub-Saharan Africa, which could put additional billions of people at risk by the end of this century. And you have here an example of climate change impact on the density of two mosquitoes that are implied in the dengue distribution. And you can see in red a strong increase of this density in Southeast Asia because of these changes in terms of temperature and humidity in the future. And this increased density of mosquitoes will likely increase the incidence of dengue disease. And you have also changes in the rate of extreme weather events and weather disasters, including floods, but also fires and hurricanes. And heavy rainfall could increase the risk of wastewater overflow and also waterborne disease outbreaks. And as an example, I will speak now about leptospirosis, which is a neglected waterborne zoonosis of growing concern in tropical and low-income regions. And leptospirosis is affected by climate conditions, and especially under tropical climate with more extreme events. And heavy rainfall and floodings are the main drivers of seasonality and spatial patterns and also outbreaks of this disease. And you have here on the left a map showing the incidence of leptospirosis in Thailand and model prediction based on 10 variables that could accurately predict leptospirosis distribution in Thailand. And they are mostly related to climate and especially to high precipitation that are then modulated by flooding, by topography or urban coverage. Next slide, please. So near-term actions that could limit global warming could reduce projected loss and damages in human systems and in new ecosystems compared to higher warming levels, but it won't eliminate everything, and we clearly need adaptation in the future to limit the risks of global warming. And this figure is from the IPCC report, and it's crossing the different levels of warming and 3 levels of adaptation, from a limited adaptation to proactive adaptation. And it shows in red the highest risk for human health. And it is really clear that from this figure that for the same level of warming, the risk is higher without any adaptation. And for vector-borne disease, effective adaptation options include surveillance, early warning systems, but also vaccine development. And for many researchers, surveillance and prevention of future epidemics are therefore closely linked to the surveillance of environmental changes, of climate monitoring that could help to design early warning systems or to highlight areas at risk in the future. Next slide, please. So I will now show you 2 examples of such monitoring of climate that could help to control future disease. They have been both designed within the ECOMOR 2 project funded by IFD, and you have here a web platform on Southeast Asia, which provides high-resolution future changes of temperature, of rainfall, and other relevant indicators for different emission scenarios. Next slide, please. In addition, from this platform, you can also visualize the impacts of such changes in terms of rainfall, in terms of mosquitoes densities of Aedes aegypti, of Aedes albopictus, and you have here in red areas with the highest density of mosquitoes in the future. Next slide, please. Next one. Then here you have projection of leptospirosis incidence based also on temperature and rainfall change in the future, within the red areas the highest incidence in the future. Next slide, please. And from this platform, you can export risk maps. You can also have reports. You can have data that could be useful for decision maker in the health sector. Next slide, please. Another example is the Lepto Yangon platform that has been developed within the ECOMOR project, which is a tool to monitor suitable environment for leptospirosis transmission at a very fine scale in Yangon in Myanmar. And this platform can provide on a near real-time frame some maps of the main drivers of leptospirosis based on satellite data. And you have here vegetation data that could have an influence on leptospirosis. Next slide, please. You have also a water index here in blue that have also a strong impact on leptospirosis transmission. Next slide, please. Another index of soil moisture that could be important for the disease. And next one. And here it's the statistical prediction based on the different indicators I've shown you previously, so which could provide the areas where the risk is the highest based on environmental indices. So it could be used as an operational way to help the control of the disease at very, very fine scale. Next slide, please. So, well, it's in fact I'm done. I just want to thank you and also to thank all the contributors of the platform I've just shown you. And so I give you back the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. And I see that we have really these advanced platforms, and that's really good news. But I guess that's not the end word about surveillance systems, because we need also to interface this with stakeholders. So at this stage, I hand it to you, Marisa.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So, I mean, we've seen that the interlinkage between climate change and emerging disease can only increase the risk of pandemic crisis over time, as presented by Benjamin and Jean-François. And for us, the only way to address this issue is really to join forces to push prevention higher in the political agenda. But, and rather than only concentrating solely on the preparedness and response, but we need to really implement prevention in a bit of a different way as we've been doing so far. And that means engaging the people at the local level and finding solutions by and for the people that are at the front line with the risks. And that means really working as a bottom-up approach. So far, we know that health policies have been designed in a very top-down way taking into consideration international priorities and then national priorities to design them, which are often not adapted nor to the country, nor to the people at the local level that are supposed to really implement the strategies in the field. So what we are really promoting is these changes in practices at the local level. And that includes changes in practices linked to what has been discussed before, all the drivers that are impacting the environment, linked to agricultural practices, on the wildlife impact, to intensive breeding practices, but also linked to our own consumption habits and practices. And that is really need to be tackled if we really want to develop sustainable solutions that will really be maintained in time. We really need to account, and Benjamin has mentioned it, for the health of our environment in the way we tackle the health risk and the way we define health strategies. So as it has been discussed and presented by Corinne, PREZODE is an international initiative which is a science-led initiative. So it has been designed by scientists that wanted really to push forward this paradigm, taking more into consideration the actions at the local level by the local people. So we've seen, and this has just been shown, that the science has shown that the human imprint is really increasing the risk for pandemic. And we have put down some scientific postulates that has been developed by science and proved by science over the past 20 years, that the most efficient way to really deal with emerging threats is to prevent them. And we know that it will cost at least 100 times lower than having to deal with the consequences of a pandemic, as we are experimenting right now. But to be able to do that, we need really to work on local solutions to reduce the risk and to reduce the practices that are promoting the risk, and that includes all the drivers that are also promoting climate change. We need to react quickly to this first sign of emergence, and that has been mentioned. So all the practices and the same driver as climate change really increase the probability of animal and human contacts, and this is where this spillover can happen. And we need to be able to set up early warning system that will recognize the first sign of this spillover, and that should be done at the local level, because then the local people need to react quickly. So that means engaging with the people that are involved in the system, and I mean hunters, I mean breeders, I mean farmers, local authority, but also technical agents from animal, human health and environmental health, and also, of course, any community members. So we are really promoting this community-based early warning system and community-based prevention. And to be able to do that, those people really need to be recognized and acknowledged in their role and responsibilities in the system, and they need to know as well that they have a role and responsibility in the system. And this is really the only way that they can be engaged and be able to implement those systems and implement those innovative solutions to really prevent and reduce the risks. And that is not the case in most countries worldwide. At the moment, the people that are in the field are considered as data provider, source of data, but they are really not acknowledged as a principal actor in the system in a real partnership. And last but not least, it's important also to involve the top level as well. So we really need to promote this prevention in an international collaboration way, because we need to ensure that the actions that will be implemented at the local level will be coordinated, and that the fundings will be relevant and according to the context. And that is the only way that the solution can be also sustainable in time. And we need to engage with the countries, with the policies of the countries, because if we want to ensure that prevention is maintained and should be maintained, because this is the only way it will work, it needs to be integrated into national policies, and it needs to be funded over time. So country at some point needs to be autonomous in their own implementation of their prevention strategy from the central level to the field and vice versa. So PREZODE is really promoting such values. That means engagement of communities, impact on relevant health policies, international collaboration, and co-design of the strategies. And we've also seen with Corinne that we wanted to co-design the initiative itself at the international level, which is a bit of new and complex, but that's also a way to engage everyone in this change of paradigm. I just want to straighten, and that would be my last comment, that health system, we can straighten health system as much as we want, but as long as our environment where we set up this health strategy is at risk, is at threat, and I'm also talking about, of course, climate change, environment, but also enabling environment such as social issues, political and economical issues. So as long as this is not accounted for when we design health strategy, the solution, the actions will not be sustainable in time. One else is about the fact that our health depends on the health of the planet, but we have to acknowledge that every action we do, even when we want to reduce the risk of emerging disease, might have consequences on the environment and our health itself, because it might have consequences on food safety and livelihoods, and we really need to account for that in the planning of the policies. That is why we need to promote this integrated approach to health, based on the needs and engagement of local people and communities. And my colleague Priska will tell you a lot more about it later, and I'll leave you the floor, Jean-François.
So
thank you.
Thank you so much, Marisa, because you have really a very good overview here. And I'd just like to open for questions here in the room or online. It's getting a bit late here in Sharm el-Sheikh, but we do have some courageous people in this room. And let's see if we have already some questions. Maybe someone can check online if there are questions. And in that case, if you no questions so far. So I think we have clearly seen, to summarize, the risks from increased climate change. We have seen that we need to have a bottom-up approach, involve the stakeholders, and that's precisely what we will see further in the second part of the side event. And let me first introduce the 4 panelists in that second part. So if we can move slides, I hope we see the second panel. Okay, thank you. Excellent. So we will actually start with Dr. Priska Mugabe. Priska is Associate Professor in Rangeland Ecology and Management at the University of Zimbabwe, and she will tell us more about the solutions for local communities that are working at the front lines and are really exposed to risks. We will then hear from Stephen Craig, is a member of the steering committee of the International Alliance Against Health Risks in Wildlife Trade. He's also former director of the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative, and he will explain to us the implications of wildlife trade for those diseases, and also how climate change may affect food security and may lead to more use of wildlife for food and increased risks, therefore. And then we will move to the livestock issues with Dr. Hung Nguyen is co-leader of the Animal and Human Health Program at the International Livestock Research Institute, INRAE, which is a one CGIAR institute. I think Hung is possibly in a plane, and so he will address us through a video message. And he will tell us about the role of livestock for the fight for poverty and the constraints on pastoralists induced by climate change, and that can lead to increased animal health risks and human health risks. And last but not least, we will have Frank Bert. Frank is a One Health practitioner at the World Bank, working on public health issues across the agriculture, environment, water, and public health sectors. He provides advice and technical assistance to a large portfolio of investments. And he will obviously tell us how international policymakers can reduce risks at this human, animal, and ecosystem interface. So that's a rather ambitious second part. And I'm very glad to open it up with Priska Mugabe. To you, Priska.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? You can, okay, great. Thank you very much for this opportunity to bring in the issue of communities in this space of zoonotic diseases in relation to climate change. And I want to thank my colleagues who have opened the floor for really explaining how the risks come about. But my role here is to bring into the discussion the issue of communities, or those people who live at the front line with zoonotic diseases risks. They have livelihoods that are very tightly coupled between crop production, livestock production, and interaction with biodiversity. They often are involved in situations where livestock and wildlife and people even have to use the same water sources, or people have to extract foods from the natural ecosystems. So there is a very tight coupling of these livelihood activities. This means that the emergence and spread of zoonotic diseases affect these frontline communities in the hardest way, through livestock deaths, leading to poor crop production, poor human well-being, and poverty. Of particular note is the fact that climate change not only leads to the emergence of these zoonotic diseases, for instance, when you have continuous episodes of droughts, but it also leads to people having to prioritize in terms of their decision making, in terms of how they partition resources, in terms of how they partition time, resources, and even the meager money that they might still have left after a drought, for instance. Therefore, putting attention to the management of zoonotic diseases might actually, at these very difficult times, be of lower priority than just trying to get food and water to drink. I'll give another example in where, because of a drought, you can have shortage of water for practices that actually need water for the management of external parasites such as ticks. And so people will prioritize whatever water that they have for their own consumption and perhaps livestock consumption, but maybe lower priority in terms of activities such as dipping the animals against these parasites. Therefore, solutions for addressing zoonotic diseases emergence have to start with an appreciation of the nature of linkages between people, livestock, and wildlife, and also how these linkages differ for men, for women, for youths, as well as across different socio-cultural and climatic constants. An easy example is just how much decision-making power would women have in terms of destocking. For instance, if you are seeing a risk coming, how much of a decision-making do they have? Therefore, communities have to be involved in solutions to reduce and prevent zoonotic disease risks through, as we have had very elaborately explained before, through co-designing with the communities the actions centered on those parts where the communities have direct control, such as controlling the spread of disease vectors like the ticks, like I mentioned before, by collective community buying of veterinary chemicals. This might sound very easy, but just collective partnership, that collective process requires a lot of facilitation and a lot of sustainability. Communities can be directly involved in reducing rangeland and grazing management practices that so they can be involved in designing rangeland and grazing management practices that manage the interaction of wildlife and livestock, such as the use of wildlife-proof enclosures for livestock. Sometimes community culture is such that they really do not they do not put a lot of resources in housing, for instance, and that could be an easy way around this issue. Communities should also be engaged in designing land use systems. We've heard that from a previous speaker, based on a built understanding of how land use practices, such as the management of fire, is actually part of the bigger picture of zoonotic diseases prevention. Information and knowledge of how zoonotic diseases can spread and how they can affect livestock and humans should not be the preserve of veterinary experts or academics, but should also be made accessible to communities so that they can make informed decisions about livestock rearing and rangeland management, for instance. Communities must have a role to play in zoonotic risk assessment and management of risks, as well as monitoring their environment for potential risks using community-appropriate indicators and processes. There must be close partnership between communities, researchers, government, and development agencies so that potential risks are commonly understood, with each stakeholder having clear roles in the management of zoonotic disease risks. At this point, all this points to working with communities in multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approaches, with communities at the center and all the other stakeholders playing mostly a facilitatory role.
Thank you.
The role of communities must be sustained through approaches that not only look at the issues of disease vectors and pathogens, but also on how communities can define their priorities and collectively work together in upholding these priorities. So in conclusion, I will give an example where in Southern Africa, the research platform Production and Conservation in Partnership brings together all these stakeholders in the anticipation of zoonotic diseases risks and management of zoonotic disease emergence by capacity building, not only of scientific researchers from universities and veterinary and agricultural extension personnel, but also communities, especially in fostering sustainable collective actions based on prioritized needs. Therefore, projects such as on sustainable livelihoods or sustainable wild meat utilization are founded on holistic approaches of livelihoods, natural resources management, and zoonotic diseases prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Priska, and thank you for showing this holistic and community-based approach. I think it's very important. So I'll hand it now to Stefan. Stefan, I think you are online.
I am indeed, and I'm going to share some slides with you.
Very good, thank you.
And if you just confirm you can see my slides.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you today.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. I was asked by the International Alliance Against Health Risks in the Wildlife Trade to present on this topic.
I am a member
I want to make it clear, though, although I am a steering committee member, the comments today are my own.
The purpose of the Alliance,
and given the large scope of topics I was asked to cover, I've decided to narrow in a little bit more about what prevention might mean from a wildlife perspective. But as a quick introduction to the Alliance serves as an open and inclusive and collaborative space to try to reduce the threat of pathogen spillover from the wildlife trade, to try to translate the commitment, knowledge, and will of its members to improve health, equity, and well-being of all species, Instead, to broker knowledge and insights to empower evidence-based action.
What that might mean for planning prevention strategies.
I'm going to assume
Wildlife
that
health, the health of all species,
everybody agrees that saving biodiversity is a health imperative and really is the foundation of climate change adaptation. So I'm not going to belabor that point anymore at all.
Existing
I want to focus a little bit more about climate and health and what that means for wildlife.
Such as habitat loss.
We certainly know that for all species, health is the balance between their evolved needs and the realities in which they live. And we know that climate change is tipping that balance. Climate change is
how we change habitat.
Climate change is putting pressures on
and urban areas.
Pressures on
These
the
changes in vulnerability.
sorry, I just got a note saying I shouldn't share my screen. Should I stop doing that?
That's causing needs for services to help recover and restore the values.
Okay, we've got something going on here. Sorry.
And ecosystems.
Let me just open my slides and I will speak to them. Then there seems to be a problem going on.
Of the hazards and harms wildlife encountered, be they
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Craig, could you not please share your screen because we're sharing it on our side, so unfortunately we are hearing twice what you were saying. So would you mind to start again the presentation, please?
I wouldn't mind at all. Would you stop sharing your slides then and I'll start again, or how would I do that?
Could go wrong. Of those that said we should do something, 15 of them were relying on the innate ability of generalist species to cope with a changing world. 9 of them talked about modifying natural
environments. So it appears you're playing this recorded session I sent to you earlier as requested. So could you please advise me how you like me to proceed?
Implemented. This suggests to me we need to rethink how we talk about prevention by creating what I call the continuum.
So, Stefan, we had a problem, and we had you know, 2 different soundtracks that were mixed.
Yes.
So I'm sorry for this, but I think it would be safer if you can summarize your first slides. Thank you.
Certainly. I mean, I just began by introducing myself and introducing the Alliance and its purposes, as well as trying to set up the particular talk. Now, I'm not sure where you'd like me to begin from. I was making the point that I'm not going to talk really about why biodiversity is a critical health imperative and the foundation of climate change adaptation, but instead I'm going to talk a little bit more about how climate change is affecting wildlife health and what that means for planning prevention. So, as I was saying earlier, wildlife health, like any species health, is the balance between their evolved needs and their lived reality, and climate change is changing that lived reality. It's creating pressures that not only are creating new threats like extreme weather, but they're also amplifying existing threats. They're amplifying the impacts of habitat degradation, they're amplifying the impacts of urbanization, and they're amplifying the effects of species interactions. It's also changing the tipping points in that balance by changing species vulnerability. And it's doing that by changing opportunities for wildlife to be exposed to problems and to be susceptible to them, whether those be pathogens or other issues. As we change those pressures and vulnerabilities, we're seeing an increased need to help wildlife recover from the effects of climate change and any diseases that might emerge from that, as well as the communities impacted by that. So we need more investment in recovery and resilient solutions. And finally, climate change is changing the nature and the distribution of threats that wildlife might be facing. So in that previous slide, I talked a lot about, you know, what we know, but what do we really know? You know, we recently conducted a study on the question of what does literature talk about when we talk about climate change adaptation in wildlife or in animal health in general. And we found about 1,341 papers, of which only about 36 talked about doing something. The vast majority around literature on climate change and animal health, including wildlife health, is either speculating or trying to describe what could go wrong. Of those papers, most of them focused on, I'm sorry, the slides are just going way too fast now, so I'll just speak to what's going on here. So most of them spoke about innate generalizable skills of species. So generalist species will be able to survive climate change. Another small number of them talked about the need to connect wildlife habitat so that wildlife can escape the harms of climate change. The problem was none of those interventions were implemented or evaluated. And this lack of evaluation was seen also in a review we did about wildlife trade interventions that could reduce risk. We found no papers that truly evaluated what would work. So that suggests to me we need to change the way that we think about prevention. And we're proposing this idea of a continuum of care. All species, all populations live on a continuum of health, from those species that are thriving, doing well, to those that are experiencing unacceptable and unsustainable impacts, either on the wildlife populations or the communities that depend on them. In between, there are species who are at risk or vulnerable, those who are just experiencing harm, and those that are severely harmed by a problem. So we have to meet those populations where they are in their continuum of health and match the appropriate continuum of interventions. Those range from, as I said earlier, providing services to allow recovery of the values and contributions wildlife give to communities and to ecosystems. It's being able to remedy the harms that they're causing. It's being able to detect early and contain harms in space and in time and in species. It's about finding those changes in society and ecosystems that create risks and vulnerabilities. And it's preventing the degradation of environments that keep animals well. In order to do that, we have to be able to have a continuum of observations that include population information, information on changing vulnerability, and information on changes in health and hazards. And to deliver to that, we have to have a continuum of interventions from institutional to community to local levels. The challenge that we're going to have is trying to figure out whose job it is to do that, because it's nobody's job to try to match all that continuum together and have a coordinated and sustained approach to preventing risks in wildlife. So this is where organizations like the Alliance could play a role. That could be a place where we bring diverse views and diverse perspectives and diverse people together to have a broader view of where wildlife populations are and the communities that depend on them on that continuum of health, so we can match actions to interventions. It can try to perpetuate the idea of a continuum by trying to work all across the entire spectrum of care and make sure they broker information between the different pillars of prevention in order that we can co-learn. I think most importantly, an organization like the Alliance can foster and encourage evaluation and implementation science. This is a significant gap. We're currently only able to do stuff on faith rather than by evidence for reducing risk in the wildlife trade. So my conclusion, an approach to pandemics and wildlife that only look at wildlife as a source of harm will fail to prevent pandemics, and it will endanger biodiversity, unless we also look at those drivers of vulnerability that are making the animals more likely to be infected and impacted, or preserving those resources they need in nature to stay well and cope with the inevitable changes climate change will cause. I'm sorry for the technical issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. And we are sorry for the technical issues, but your message was clear. And I think we understand the role of the Alliance and this important wildlife agenda. So let me move on. And now we will be addressed by Dr. Hong Nguyen from INRAE. And I think this is pre-registered. So let's launch the next slide. And I think we will get, the video. Thank you.
For inviting me to speak at this event. I'm very glad to say a few words about how to prevent the zoonotic disease emergence from a livestock and food security perspective, but also the constraints to implement this solution. I'm working for the International Livestock Research Institute, INRAE, part of the CGIAR systems. So we work across the developing world and livestock for improving the life of farmers in low and middle income countries, because livestock is actually involving over 1 billion people around the world who depend directly or indirectly on farm animals. The demand of animal source food, including meat, milk, and egg, is increasing in this developing world because if you look at the data, American people consume more than 100 kilograms of meat per year, whereas in Africa, here in Nigeria, for example, they eat just 7 kilograms of meat per year. So the need are there in the coming years, and it's already happening already, and that contribute to the challenge of how to manage infectious diseases emergence in our world. Another challenge is about animal health. African countries suffer a huge burden of livestock diseases, and that lead to the loss of around 1 in 5 animals, including zoonotic diseases we are talking about. And finally, in the context of the pandemic, but also from a country perspective, the consumption of bushmeat and wildlife farming in some of the areas around our globe are challenging for managing zoonotic disease emergence and re-emergence. So in this context, what can we do? And here I want to highlight a few experience from INRAE works and our partners on how to control and prevent the emergence of zoonotic diseases from a livestock and food security perspective. So I think that we need to continue improving the disease surveillance from a One Health perspective. So developing tools and a solution for better management of diseases. And this is an adaptation measure if we put it in the context of COP27, since they enable farmers to keep animals under difficult conditions and to prevent the diseases. The second point I want to make is about we need to work more on biosecurity at the farm level. But unfortunately, this is very challenging in low and middle income countries because the biosecurity investment require farmers to invest themselves, and very often farmers don't have means to do so. So we need to think about solution how to help them, for example, from the public-private partnership solution, for example. The management of herd health and disease control measure in general will help also. So really bringing the vet services and the innovation to work at the farm level to improve herd health. Another area is important for zoonotic diseases is about hygiene practices in different levels along the value chain of livestock production. For example, from the farm, I talked about that before, but also at the slaughterhouse and the wet market, traditional market, where you have live animals are sold and slaughtered, but also where the infrastructure and the hygiene are not good, and that creates a condition that facilitates the transmission and emergence of zoonotic diseases. The bushmeat consumption and wildlife farming I mentioned earlier, we need more education and behavior change to manage this system. We cannot ban it, but we will accompany people to practice better to reduce the risk or to avoid the risk. And on this thing, it falls under the umbrella of One Health approach. We need to strengthen the capacity of One Health at different levels, in particular at the country levels, to change the policy, to attract more investment, but also to strengthen the capacity of people who are practicing One Health at the ground level, including public health people, animal health workers, and farmers. And this is very important, and that calls for the investment into One Health to improve all this practice to prevent the emergence of zoonotic disease. So thank you very much for the attention.
So we thank you, Hong, for this contribution and showing the challenges with livestock sector. And I think we move on now to Frank. Thanks, Frank, for staying with us and for being online. So please address us about how you see the policies to be implemented.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jean-François. Thanks for this very interesting side event. It has been a great pleasure to be there and learning about so many different aspects. But clearly, the link between climate change and emerging infectious diseases is there, and we've seen multiple examples and dimensions of this in the conversation today. Maybe I will take a slightly different angle yet, or bring another dimension, which is the one of financing and asking ourselves, so what is this that we're talking about when we want to bring resilience in terms of emerging infectious diseases and climate change, and there. At the bank, we've been trying to look at the different and key components of prevention, and the way we would describe that is probably in terms of building blocks, having animal health systems in place, veterinary services, really in all low and middle income countries. But it's also about having on-farm biosecurity measures, good animal husbandry practices established, at least in the most risky part of the livestock production, and there we may want to think about poultry and the pig production sector, and finally. Certainly addressing this issue of deforestation, forest fragmentation that we've seen plays a major role in emerging infectious diseases, because that creates the very active interfaces as well, certainly between wildlife and humans, but also wildlife, livestock, and humans. And when we put all this together, we come up with a fairly large figure in terms of dollars needed for countries to invest. We're close to $11.5 billion every year, at least for the next few years. It's big, but maybe compared to other needs in terms of preparedness and resilience of health systems, it's only a third of that cost. And if you compare to the cost of a large outbreak like COVID-19 in 2020, the cost of prevention is less than 1% of that cost. So. It's big, but it's not that big, and then we look at that not necessarily as a cost, but really as an investment, as a way to de-risk the money that we put in preparedness for health systems, and certainly would reduce the need of subsequent money for response to large outbreaks. Now. I think it may have a value when we talk about reducing the risk and investing in prevention, to look at the co-benefits that these investments would bring, and to stick a bit to the theme of our discussion today and climate change. If we consider reforestation for risk reduction point of view and emerging infectious diseases, what we bring with those projects that would reduce deforestation and even work on reforestation or forest restoration would be increased carbon sequestration, reduced chemical runoff into aquatic ecosystems, for example, reduced soil erosion, increase the restoration of ecosystem and wildlife habitats, and creating green jobs. And so what we're doing at the bank in our dialogue with the ministers of finance, but also ministers of environment, ministers of agriculture, and ministers of health, is really to articulate those co-benefits and in a way to come to an agreement that those who benefit from those co-investments, those who benefit from those investments should also contribute to the investment. So very often we articulate One Health and global health security as a global public good, But I think that our message is also that the interventions that are designed at the community level, at the national level, and sometimes regional and global levels, they do also provide national public goods and also private goods or direct benefits to people and groups. And so there is a way of looking at investments in terms of risk and benefits. But what we bring also at the bank now is the thinking that we should also consider the capacity of the beneficiaries to mobilize their resources, be the countries, be the private sector, the smallholders producing livestock, for example. So we propose an investment framework that combines those three dimensions of risk of spillover, beneficiaries, and then capacity of investments, which brings us to offer a range of financing solutions with different levels of concessionality and mobilizing different instruments for financing. They can be mainstream banks financing instruments through the IDA or IBRD funding to low and middle income countries, but also the mobilization of trust funds and intermediary funds to mobilize, catalyze, and favor co-financing. So some of you may have heard about the pandemic fund, that is a newly established mechanism by the bank and WHO, and this fund will provide financing opportunities to countries and communities. But we have also other funds such as the Global Environment Fund, the GEF, or the one on food security, GAFSP, that come to provide this type of grants that will help us to mobilize less concessional financing. So to say that really in a nutshell that yes, there's a strong connection between climate change and emerging infectious diseases, and then again, One Health is providing a practical, pragmatic approach to that. And in terms of financing the World Bank, but I can say also quite a number of multilateral development banks are articulating their support to countries to bring financing solutions to countries and communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frank. It was really reassuring to see that well, there is possibly still hope. Because, as you said, it's only 1% of the huge cost of the COVID, and if we invest this circa 12 billions, we could de-risk a lot of things, and it's highly complementary to what we can do with nature-based solutions and bringing up the biomass and soil carbon sequestration. So I think that's a clear avenue, and I hope there will be far more convergence here with the climate negotiations that are precisely addressing how to mitigate with these nature-based solutions. So I guess more and more those issues will be integrated. And just a short word in conclusion, I would like to first of all thank all panelists. That was really very interesting to see this large range of issues. And as a testimony of what's happening here at COP27, I can tell you that people have a lot of energy. They are singing, they are possibly dancing. I'm not so sure why they are so happy, but that's what we have here in Sharm el-Sheikh. So thank you all, and bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.